Labą dieną, sveiki visi susirinkę į mūsų konferenciją.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the conference that is titled Impact of Sports on Children's Well-Being, Nordic Experience. I am grateful for you to have the time to come to the conference, and let me inform you that the conference presentations will be interpreted from Lithuanian into English and from English into Lithuanian. Just turn on the necessary channel. I am grateful for the organizers of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania, and you will be able to watch the live stream of the conference on the YouTube channel of the Seimas. I would also like to express my gratitude to the Nordic Council of Ministers office in Lithuania, as well as the football club Įtaka and Gediminas from the club, thanks to whom the conference is being held in Lithuania, and we are going to speak about the things during the first and the second part of the conference. And now let me give the floor to Ms. Viktorija Čmilytė-Nilsen, Speaker of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania, for a welcome address.
Labadiena, Jūsų Ekscelencija, Norvegijos karalystės.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency, Ambassador of the Kingdom of Norway, members of the Parliament. I am pleased to welcome such a conference in the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania that is dedicated to sports and to physical activity. I'm very happy to see many familiar faces, and I'm very happy to welcome you in the Lithuanian Parliament. As I was walking across the old town of Vilnius, I saw a social advertisement in Vilnius where a teenager invites everyone to pick up the ball and go to the yard and to find friends. It might seem paradoxical, but I believe that grown-up people would say that these memes have become very close to the social media, because previously parents had to drag their children from the fields, from the football pitch or a basketball court, and now parents need to put every effort to ensure that their children do not stay at home and engage in sports. Of course, being at home is not always bad, especially if a chessboard is placed in front of you. But I am not hiding my bias. Chess players also need socializing. We need a community that becomes the key to a healthy society. Today, we have come to talk about very specific ways, very specific examples of best practice that are proposed by the Scandinavian and Nordic countries. I know that today this conference will see the presentations by the people who have not only studied the models that work in Scandinavia, but who have already started introducing such models in Lithuania, for example, in the world of football. And these examples have been rather successful, as far as I know, and I hope that they will share their experience. However, as we try to engage more children into healthy lifestyles, we have to stress that we should not be aimed at developing champions only. We should be focusing on ensuring that those children are able to work in team, to develop healthy lifestyles. It is also very important to ensure that their parents also engage in sports and that they transfer their good habits to their children from generation to generation. And I'm very happy that in health, I know that health indicators are worse than those of the Scandinavian countries, but I hope that we will improve in the future thanks to our parents who will engage in sports more actively. The state must also help and contribute
atviras klausimas,
to
ar
the
šiandieną tai daroma
changes,
pakankamai.
and
Viena vertus,
the question
šiandieną
would
yra
be
visiškai
whether
aišku, kad,
everything
pavyzdžiui,
that
sporto
is being done
aikštelių
is
būklė
enough. It
savivaldybėse
seems
yra,
to
na,
me
visiškai
that
kitokia negu buvo,
today
pavyzdžiui,
there
prieš
is,
šimtmetį.
we have a
Taigi
completely
sąlygos
different
norintiems
situation
sportuoti
in
yra geresnės.
municipalities
Tačiau
from
dabar
the
mums reikia toliau
situation 10
rūpintis,
years ago,
įtraukimu
but we
ir
still
tos
have to do
infrastruktūros,
more.
kuri jau
We have to
egzistuoja,
ensure that there is
atvirumu,
necessary
bendruomenėms,
infrastructure
atvirumu
and that this
norintiems
infrastructure
sportuoti,
is
ir
open to
masiškumu.
society
Taigi,
members
manau, kad
that are
šiandien ir
willing
apie tai bus
to
proga
play
pakalbėti.
sports. I hope that
O
today
tie
we will
keliai, kaip
speak
to
about these
pasiekti, yra
aspects.
randami būtent
Ways
tokiose
to achieve
diskusijose
are
ir
also
gerosios
found
praktikos
in
pavyzdžiai
such
įvardyti
debates as
trukdžiai,
is being held
pasiekti tikslai,
here today.
vizijos,
Examples
keičia
of good
Lietuvą jau
practice,
dabar ir tikrai tikiu, kad
identified
keis
problems,
ateityje.
presented goals and
Aš labai
visions
norėčiau padėkoti organizatoriams,
are very
iniciatoriams šios
important.
idėjos, žinoma,
I
ir
thank the
Seimo
organizers
jaunimo ir
for the
sporto reikalų
initiative.
komisijai
I'd
už
like to express my
skiriamą
gratitude to
laiką
the
šiems
Commission for
klausimams,
Child and
už
Youth
jūsų
Affairs
iniciatyvą,
for
už
the
idėjas
initiative, for the
ir už
ideas,
kasdienį rūpestį,
and for the
kad
daily
Lietuvos vaikai būtų sveikesni ir aktyvesni,
care
atsparesni visoms
to ensure
negandoms,
that
visiems
our
iššūkiams,
children
nes tai tikrai yra
are
mūsų
healthy
visų
and
bendras
that they
tikslas.
are resistant to
Geros
many
konferencijos ir
troubles.
konkrečių rezultatų.
I wish good
Dėkoju.
conference and good productive results. Thank you.
Labai ačiū Seimo pirmininkė, tik tai norėjau pasakyti, kad
Thank
nereikia
you to the
nuvertinti
Speaker of
šachmatų,
the
nes yra tokia
Seimas.
sporto šaka,
We
kuri
shouldn't
chess
devalue
boxing.
chess
Padarai ėjimą, tada eini
playing
į ringą.
chess,
Padarai
because
ėjimą, eini į
there's
ringą.
a
Žodžiu, galima ir ten
special
pajudėti visai
type
neblogai.
of sports
Taip,
where
ačiū dar
you
kartą už sveikinimą
make a
žodį, o
move on
dabar
a chessboard
perduodu kitą
and
mišinį
then
mūsų
go to the ring.
renginio organizatoriui
Thank you very
rėmėjui,
much.
tai
And
poniai
now
Helen
we will
Nilsson,
give the floor
Director
to
of Bureau of the
Ms.
Nordic
Helen
Council here in Lithuania.
Nilsson.
Madam,
She's
have
Director
floor.
of the Nordic Council of Ministers Office in Lithuania. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, dear ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends. The Nordic countries have some of the highest participation rates in sport and physical activity in the world, and are known for their passionate interest in sports and outdoor activities, where inclusive approach to sport, the concept of sports for all girls, women, boys and men are leading to great achievements at the professional sport, as well benefiting to a healthier society at large. Today we want to share some of these success stories with you. Sport and activity lifestyle play an important role for the health and social well-being of our societies, and especially for children and youth. Majority of scientists agree that active involvement of youth into physical leisure activities has a positive impact on their mental health, plays an important role in preventing substance misuse among teenagers, encouraging healthy lifestyle, and additionally improving accessibility and inclusiveness. This is even more relevant in current time, when children and young people could feel the impact of COVID-19 on their mental health and well-being for many years to come, accordingly to UNICEF reports. There is no doubt that the health problem caused by growing global physical inactivity and the increase in obesity in children and adolescents can be considered one of the biggest public health challenges. Back in 2018, here in Seimas, the Nordic Council of Ministers Office in Lithuania presented an Icelandic model on how to strengthen children's well-being through sports. Today, we are happy to bring some of the best practice or experiences from Denmark and Norway on the same topic. These experiences also encompass active involvement of parent volunteers in children's sports, strengthening relationships between kids and their parents, building relevant micro-communities, promoting off-volunteering, and building social capital. We believe this conference and share experiences can become a starting point for new initiatives, where if the need is clearly identified, the Nordic Council of Ministers in Lithuania is ready to facilitate the implementation of the collaborative initiatives or projects that promote the Nordic-Lithuanian exchange of experience in this field. We also believe this is a good opportunity to reinforce a collaborative or collaboration between different states and non-state actors in Lithuania and the Nordics to accelerate a breakthrough in children's sport and physical activity policy. The Nordic Council of Ministers Office in Lithuania works through projects as a partner via various grant programs connecting unique Nordic experience and knowledge with our Lithuanian partners. We also run different funds and grant programs in the field of ecology, green economy, and promotion of social inclusiveness for Lithuanian NGOs and other parts of the civil society. Our office strongly believes that our future lays in the hands of youngest generations. That is why we prioritize our efforts aimed to improve children's and youth living conditions. Many of our office projects are directly related to strengthen young people's well-being. And I am delighted to say that this conference is part of our support project, Community Sports Leaders Training, from the Nordic-Baltic NGO Cooperation Program. I would like to end my welcoming speech with simple put, too often forgotten idea that children and young people are important here and now, not just in the future. I wish all of us an interesting conference and fruitful discussion. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much and thank Nordic Council. And kaip jūs jau pastebėjote, mūsų konferencijoje bus nemažai pranešimų, bent jau pagrindinių pranešimų iš Norvegijos ir todėl noriu perduoti sveikinimą žodžiui.
As you have seen, there will be many presentations from the Nordic countries. Therefore, I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Ole Terje Hoppestad, Ambassador of the Kingdom of Norway to Lithuania. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, dear Madam Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of this conference. Thank you for the invitation to share some thoughts at the opening of this very important conference, and thank you for the initiative to organize this conference from the Nordic Council Ministers, the Seimas and the Įtaka, and not least welcome to our Norwegian participants as well, who will be happy to share their experiences from sports in Norway. Children's sports in Norway is first of all about the joy of doing sports with your friends and enjoying the pleasures of physical activities. Access to sports facilities is another priority. Making sure that economic factors do not produce entry barriers has been key to getting most Norwegian children involved in sports. In Norwegian tradition, we have not favored the idea of sorting out talents too early and want all children to have a positive experience regardless of their athletic skills. This approach has been formulated in the report on children's rights in sports, which addresses the age group from 6 to 12 years. And according to that, in Norway now 8 out of 10 children in this age group participate in one or more sporting activities, including chess, I think, as well. Introduced by the Norwegian Olympic and Paralympic Committee and the Norwegian Confederation of Sports, this report describes the type of experience that every child in the country must be provided, from safe training environments to activities that facilitate friendships. The positive experience, enjoyment, and children's needs shape how children's sports is organized. The focus is on the needs of the child and to lay the foundation for an active and healthy lifestyle. The idea has reverberated through Norwegian sporting environment. For example, the Norwegian Skiing Federation defined its vision as many skilled and happy skiers. Happy is the key word here. As stated in one of their documents, we must cherish all the children who with pure and genuine pleasure stand ready to bring the skiing heritage with them into the future. They are the backbone of our sport and in our organization. Wide access to participating in sports ensures that most children reap physical, social, and psychological benefits. Research indicates that playing sports regularly improves children's overall emotional well-being and self-esteem. It teaches children to cooperate and gives them a sense of belonging. It helps kids make new friends and builds their social circle outside school. The impact of regular exercise on physical health is understood by all. It is widely observed that childhood obesity is a growing cause of concern. Among other things, playing sports is one way to keep children active and aid them in the fight against this problem. Regular physical activity through sports will help children maintain a healthy weight and decrease the chances of illnesses. In Norway, we try to limit the impact of destructive competition in children's sports. Trying our best does not always mean winning. Whereas the former is important, the latter may be less so. We as adults have a responsibility of being good role models for our children. This applies both on the sidelines of a game and in life in general. Adult behavior at a sporting event can greatly influence whether it is a positive experience for children. Undue pressure, hostility, or exaggerated competitiveness can turn a fun game into a source of stress and lead to children not wanting to participate in the future. The shared experience of supporting each other and learning through sports fits well with the general idea underpinning the Norwegian society. We want to build an inclusive community where everyone has the right to be heard and where each contribution is valued. It breeds high levels of social trust, promotes social engagement and active civil society. My country benefits greatly for building and maintaining such a foundation. Where people feel the real sense of ownership, institutions tend to function better, policies more closely reflect societal needs, and there are fewer marginalized groups. It's a better environment for everyone to live in. So with these reflections, I would wish you all a very, very good conference, and I will be happy to attend the first part of it, and I think it's a very timely and very important initiative. So thank you very much, and thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Dabar, kada mes užbaigėme jau sveikinimo žodžius,
Since we have finished with the welcome address part, I'm very happy to welcome to the second part of the conference. During the first part, we are going to hear 3 presentations with half an hour for each. But I am asking every speaker to speak for 20 minutes, for 25 minutes, so that we could have some time for questions. During the second part of the conference, we're going to have several presentations as well, and in the last part, we're going to have the panel debate. We're going to speak not only about, although we are speaking about the children, we're not going to have children during this part. So first, we will see how Norway managed to achieve that 93% of children enjoy sports. Therefore, I'm very happy to give the floor to Mr. Mats Andersen, Head of Activity Development of the Norwegian Olympic and Paralympic Committee and Confederation of Sport.
Please tell about this 93% miracle you have achieved, and how did you manage that?
Madam Speaker, Ambassador, sport friends, I would say, friends of sport. Thank you so much for your invitation to be here today. I'm very happy to be here. I've heard about Vilnius before. I've never been here. I've heard it is a beautiful city, and I've seen it myself now. So I'm quite happy with that. So thank you for the invitation. I'm going to speak about the Norwegian model of sports, and I might as well have been speaking about the Nordic model of sports, I would say. We're quite similar. We have a lot of cooperation among the Nordic countries. And we see that a lot of the same results or the way of thinking is a lot the same in the Nordic countries. I'm not here to impose a Norwegian model on your country or any country, I would say, but hopefully to inspire with some ideas on how we're thinking behind the results, behind the high participation. Why are we where we are now, and what is important for us? I'm going to start with video. Yes, I think it's always nice to start that because everybody thinks we're a skiing nation, and of course we are. We're a lot of skiers in Norway, but I think the thing I'm most proud of is also the diversity of activities, the diversity of sport clubs, from being 20 people going together to organize a sport club to participate in cycling competitions, to the bigger clubs, for example, KFUM, who you'll be hearing later today, a huge club compared to most of our clubs. So, what are the bases of Norwegian sports? I think the vision is what drives us all. Joy of sport for all. And I think for all is an important factor of it, and joy, as the ambassador mentioned, is two important key factors. It would be much easier to have joy of sport for the most fit, or the most resourceful, or those with parents with enough resources, or those that lived close to the facility. But the vision of joy of sport for all means that we actually have to work to include everybody. And that pushes us, even though we have high participation, to include more every day and to think how can we be more inclusive and understand the reasons why people are not participating. And it's of course unthinkable for us as a sport organization that you're not interested in sport. So we try to get everybody interested in sport, of course. But the Norwegian model is also special because we're one organization organizing everything. We are both the Olympic Committee, we're the Paralympic Committee, we're the Deaf Olympic Committee. Right now there's a Deaf Olympics going on in Brazil, and we're also the Special Olympic Organization. This is how we're organized, and organizational charts might be boring, maybe not for politicians though, but in general I don't use this much time to talk about this when I talk to sport clubs. But to understand that the confederation on top here is organized through the national federations who own and drive the sports. 55 different federations, from skiing to football to boxing to cricket to the other federations. Within those 55 federations, there's about 250 different sports organized within that. Then we have regional confederations, which is an administrational part based in each of our counties to support the federations locally. At the local level, we have 11,000 sport clubs. They're situated in almost all, and I think I would say all, municipalities in Norway. We have a sport club. And we have about 2.1 million memberships. We're about 5.5 million people, but of course you can also be a member of several sport clubs. So if you look at individual memberships, it's about 1.8 million of the Norwegian population. And this is basically it. This is the Norwegian sport model. First of all, down left, it's based on voluntarism. It's based on each club being founded between people living in a community. They figure out, we want to do sports, so what do? We go together and we organize a sport club. Because in the sport club you might need coaches, you might need some kind of structure, you need to have annual meetings, but it's based on volunteers going together and organizing a sport club. And it's built on democracy. The members decide. The annual meeting decides what's it going to cost to be a member of our sport club. What kind of facilities should we build or try to get funding to build? What kind of sports should we have? The members decide. So it's based on voluntarism, memberships, and democracy. And I think that's an important part for us, and it's also why we get money from government to continuously to be a membership and voluntarism-based organization. Second, children and youth sport. I'm going to talk more about that, but that's the foundation of our organization. It needs to be child-centered, value-based, and it's not a tool for elite sport. We don't have children's sport to get Olympic medals. We have a children's sport for children when they're children. Elite sport is a consequence later. It's not even a target, it's a consequence. We have, when you come up to elite sport level, a holistic approach to elite sports athletes. We need to think, do they need education? Can they do that at the same time? How is their psychological needs? How do they do nutrition? We need to build a whole apparatus around each athlete and look into how can we best facilitate their career. There's very few elite athletes in Norway living off doing elite sport. There's a few cross-country skiers, there's a lot of footballers, but very few other sports. If you go to the National Rowing Federation, for example, they pay to be part of the national team. So very few can live of being elite sport athletes in Norway. The sport clubs are the main important thing of our structure. They're important social meeting points in the communities, and they are where all the activity happens. If the sport club is not existing, sport is not existing. And as I said earlier, all sport is together in one organization. Grassroots sports, elite sport, parasport, and also corporate sport. Sport clubs that are formed within different companies. So everything is together in one organization. I think that also makes the cooperation with government easier, because they have one voice to talk to, and then of course within the organization we disagree in a lot of things. For example, how do we divide money? But still, it's one way of talking to the sport organization, to have a strong national network. And Norwegian sport is entirely dependent on voluntary work. And we have kind of two kinds of volunteers. Most of them are parents organizing sport for their own children. They understand. When I started now a few weeks ago with my 6-year-old in football, he's going to first class next year, we understand. We came there with 50 kids. We got to need some coaches. So we're not leaving the room until we have 10 coaches here that's going to organize this. If we don't get 10 parents to coach these kids, there is no football club. So our majority is parents, and usually it's not this forceful as it sounds. Usually people volunteer to do this kind of work. At the other part, we have event volunteers who wants to, and we see that growing. They want to be part of an experience. If you have, for example, we had the Youth Olympic Games in 2016, it's very easy to get volunteers because they want to be part of an experience, be part of something, be part of a structure, be part of some kind of history. Much more difficult to get volunteers to be a financial officer in the board or to be a secretary. That's not that easy. So that part of volunteerism and local volunteerism that is not parents is of course challenging also for us. Participation. A lot of you have been asking about this, also the journalists outside here. How many is actually participating in Norwegian sport? And it's actually a number that we really can't believe ourselves either. In 2002, we had 71% of all children saying that they had been part of a sport club during their childhood. In 2010, that number was 85%, and in 2017, it's 93%. So it's more uncommon to not be part of a sport club than it is to be part of a sport club, which means we also have a big responsibility to make sure there's, for example, not financial barriers or cultural barriers that makes those 7% not participate. So we have a huge responsibility. But it's not like they get members and then they stay there for the rest of their lives. And that's of course a challenge. And this is the same challenge in probably all European countries as well. A lot of them start when they're children. At 6, when you start school, that's the most common time to start. And then at 12, which is our end of children's sport. We have children's sport from 6 to 12. And the rights and the provisions of children's sports, which I'm going to talk about later, is between 6 and 12. And then from 12 to 19, you see it starts dropping. Of course, some get other interests. Some of them think that sport takes too much time, I want to do something else. They get interested in getting a girlfriend or a boyfriend. Horrendous. They will start going to a disco, figure out other things to do, but we start having a dropout. And some of this dropout is natural, but I think too much of our dropout is concerned with us starting to look for elite athletes, starting to have sport clubs that are looking for number ones, starting to have too many trainings, too high costs, and so on. So we have a part of a dropout where we also have a lot of work to do. A bit about sport in society, because we're not isolated. As the ambassador told you, we're much a reflection of what happens around us in society. We don't live isolated. And what we see is that parents are more and more involved in their children's sport activities and in their children in general. The speaker told us that we used to get the kids in, now we have to get them out. And we see that parents are more and more involved in what their kids do. And it's positive in one way because we need the volunteers, as I talked about earlier, but it's also a challenge because the parents are getting more and more expectations to what the sport club should deliver. They want achievements and results, and we're always in a hurry. The younger the talents are, the better. And it's because we in society in general, we praise those that come to a huge club when they're 16 and think that this is the model for everybody. But it's not. It's the exceptions that get there. And we see that where we usually children could do their sport in peace from their parents earlier, we see now that social media is increasing the focus on results and competition. We see that how well your kid do in sport is also an indication of how well you're doing as a parent. It's not just their school grades or if they become nice people, but also how well they do in sport. And I think that's, at least in Norway, because we praise these a bit crazy dads that get these huge talents ahead. But we see that this can affect also the focus we try to have on children and youth sport. So the toolkit around children and youth sport for us is that we have something called children's rights in sports, and we have something called provisions on children's sports, and these are rules. When you become 13, we have something called guidelines for youth sport. They are much more advice than they are rules, and not necessarily followed, so I'm not going to talk that much about those. An important part of staying safe sport is, of course, to make sure that all coaches have a clean police certificate of conduct when they take part in sports. So if you want to be a coach in Norway, you have to show a clean police certificate. Yeah, it's part of having safe sport. We try to focus on development instead of results, and we try to focus on versatility, doing as many sports and as much different activity as possible, instead of focusing on specialization. And what we believe is that children get socialized through this. If we keep them as long as possible, they get socialized into a lifelong interest in physical activity in sport. Research shows that if you want to be people to be active on cross-country skiing when they become adults, every year they stay in organized sport counts. because their technique gets better, they learn more of the sport, and when they quit the sport club, they'll still continue to do the activity. So getting children into sports is extremely valuable to society later. But that's not, of course, the motivation of the child. We don't invite 6-year-olds to get better public health. We invite them for play, and then we get something else out in the end. These are the children's rights in sport. They're based on the UN Convention of the Rights of the Child, and adapted, of course, to sport. I'm not going to go in detail through all of them. But, for example, if we have friendship and as an important value, we can't split up children's teams to pick talents and say that it's only going to be for the best ones. We break with friendship. If children have the freedom to choose how many activities they want to do and how often they want to do it, then the coach can't be mad because they went to a birthday party or they went to another sport on our day of training. You can't punish them with saying, no, you won't play the game if you don't come every time. It's their freedom to choose. Then, why do we regulate children's sports? And I learned this from a tennis coach. Kids like to compete, parents like to compare. And isn't that what we're doing always? From they're born, these kids. I have 2 of my own. You start comparing. You start comparing, when are they speaking, when are they rolling around, when are they tumbling on the floor, when do they start walking. So it's kind of a natural instinct for us as well, as parents. So competitions aren't dangerous. Children compete in Norwegian sport from the first day they start there, but what do they compete in? And that's kind of interesting. So I brought a little video. I chose the English version, the American kids, to tell you a little bit about how they experience their parents around sport.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right, you guys ready?
I prefer that my parents, if I play bad, don't say anything. And if I play well, it doesn't really matter if they compliment me on how I play. I just I prefer my parents to, not talk as much.
I can hear them like cheering me on, and I'm like thinking in my head, just shut it, I'm trying to focus.
My mom yells in Spanish, like, go, go, go.
My mom usually says, use the backboard. You should use the backboard. I get angry because it annoys me. I'm kind of embarrassed.
She tells me to get in the position that my coach told me not to get in. I'm like, well, no. And then she's like, get in your position. I'm like, no.
I get a little tense when I have a certain score to get, and she's like, you gotta get that whatever score. And I'm like, I don't like it when they try to push me even more, even though I'm trying really, really hard.
Coming from the coach's mouth is kind of better, I feel like, because your parents are there to support you and your coach is there to help you, you know?
You just start screaming, Valentina, run faster, make a basket. But I just start going slower every time when she says that.
The other people were like, wow, that mom is like really wanting her kid to win.
In my inside, you can't see it, but I'm inside saying, be quiet, be quiet, be quiet. Sometimes I just look into space.
I try to listen to them and then do what they say to so they don't start yelling again. I don't really want them to give me that much advice because then I might forget it all. Sometimes I get nervous when they yell and nobody else is yelling.
Sometimes it can embarrass me, like a lot.
Wait. What's going on? We're just trying to do this, but you want us to try harder?
Well, I am.
I'm not going into a game not trying my hardest. That'd be like messed up.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure.
Sometimes when they try to get the ball in basketball, you kind of think in your head that they're kind of like gonna push you and you're gonna fall and hurt yourself.
They don't need to like always be like telling me what to do like every minute of the game. They kind of just gotta let me play.
I love when you say like really nice. I got it, Mom.
I'd like to look back and I'd like to see you like smile or like give me a thumbs up.
Mom, I wish you would be a little bit quieter. Say like you play good and like you couldn't get them next time.
When they smile and say like good job.
Mom and Dad, thank you for loving me. I love
Be my supporter.
when I'm upset, my mom and dad cheer me up.
Sometimes I forget about all the work that they do for me.
Be my biggest fan.
We need to level up. I want you to know
I need big hugs.
I love the snacks you bring me. It makes me happy when you always encourage me.
Thank you, Mom and Dad.
Please just be my mom and dad. Yep, that's it.
Thought-breaking always. So why do we regulate sports? Because I don't think any parents or adults do it out of wrong will or because they think that it's going to hurt children. I think we choose to do what we think are best for our children, and to avoid that best for our children to be a total elite focus or talent identification, we have regulation of competitions in Norway. And I think we're quite unique on this. So from the year you're 6 years old, you can compete local competitions, primarily in your own club. From the year you're 9, you can compete in competitions in the region. From 11, you can go to national competitions and open competitions in the Nordic countries. And only from 11 years old do we start with lists of results, tables, and rankings. So we try to avoid having that adult look at the result list, because the kids, they know who won the football game. There's no danger in that. But immediately when we start focusing on it, we start looking for something else, when we start focusing on results. And all children up to 12 years old get prizes and awards to all participants. And we've actually had these provisions since 1987, so they're not new. And I think it has lots to do with how we think about competitions. What do we use competitions for? Competitions are not dangerous, but let's use competition for what they're meant for. So we try to discuss with the federations, what kind of purpose are we doing with the competition? How are we measuring results? What kind of format do we have? For example, in dancing, when you have couples dancing, all the couples are on the floor, and you have do it in the same way as you do with adults. You send out those that are not as good as those others until you end up with the best couple in the middle, and everybody else is watching. The only thing those kids have learned is that they're worse than those that were best, and they get no individual feedback. So the Dancing Federation changed their format and said, let's give every couple individual feedback. And the referees thought this was a stupid idea, but they've turned into it, of course. Because every couple now gets a form to themselves saying how you do well with music, understanding, rhythm, how you move together. So you get individual feedback and you know what to try to go home and exercise. You don't just go home and know that someone else was better. So by changing competition formats, we can do a lot. How far should you travel? If you spend more time in the car than you do at doing the activity, it's too far. That's my basic rule. If it takes longer to get there than the number of minutes you get with activity, it's not worth it. Stay at home, do the training. So the provisions, they contribute to reduce the distance and the time and the costs related to competitions. And why do we also focus or try to reduce the focus on results? It's because we're trying to get learning optimists as athletes. And this has major impact when you come to elite sport. Because if you become an elite athlete and think that everything comes to talent, then if someone is born with more talent, you're never going to win. But if it's trainable, if it's something you can work on, if it's something you're thinking, well, I could improve my rhythm, then you have something to exercise. So if you focus on learning instead of results, you compare to yourself and what you did last time instead of comparing to others. You focus on developing instead of saying that it's not enough to improve my performance because others were still better. It means that you probably seek new challenges because you know you're going to learn something new. You want improvement. Instead of what we see with children who are just told that their talents, they will choose to succeed, but they will always choose the simple task to make sure you continue to think that I'm a talent. So they will never challenge themselves, and their development will also stop. So we're trying to get learning optimists. That's our main task as working with children and youth sport. The number ones will come, and they do. And this is usually, when we do well in the Olympics, a lot of countries start calling us. What are you doing? And I'm, without prejudice, I'm sure why Iceland was also invited was because they were doing so well in some of their team sports, and they're a tiny, tiny country. So people get curious, what's going on? And I'm not so concerned about talking about elite sport, but of course, we're doing well. If you look at Per Capita Cup, this is a website called Greatest Sporting Nation. If you look at per capita, how many points you take per inhabitant, Norway usually wins this statistic. This is a middle of year statistic now, so it's a bit unfair to come with this list now, because if you look at the Global Cup, this has come now after the Winter Olympics. When the summer sports now start, we're going to drop out of the top 10. So just stay calm. We're not going to be in the top 10. But it's very fun to do it just after the winter season. But what I think is most impressive is that we, of course, take a lot of points in winter sport. We're actually one of the countries that take points in most sports. So in this per capita cup, usually Norway takes points in over 20 different sports, while most of the others take less than 10 sports points, or takes points in less than 10 different sports. But I'm not going to really tell you why this is succeeding, but the reason I think it is succeeding, we talked a bit about it before the meeting today. I think it is because we're so small, we need to cooperate. There's huge cooperation between the different sports and elite sport in Norway. Because many of them are very few athletes, they have maybe one coach, everything around it says they're not going to be a top elite athlete, but the cooperation between them and between the different sports, I think, is building that team, building that common ground is probably one of our biggest successes. But the biggest success is thinking children first. Organize children's sports well, so they stay in sport. Do youth sport well, so they stay in sport. The talents will come. Elite sport will come. But we need to keep as many as long as possible, and you will also get those number ones. But immediately we start having a little time, then you're going to lose it on thinking short term. And I think one of the most important, we're also talking about facilities, just to add that because I was asked to talk about that and I didn't really put it into my presentation. Facilities are, of course, the major reason why you can do sporting activities. And the guy in the media asked me, how many football pitches do you need per inhabitant? And I was like, I don't have a clue. But I think it needs to be nearby. If you want children to go out by themselves and be dragged back in, it needs to be something that's close to where they live. If it's a bus trip away, don't think about it. The parents have to organize it, and you know us parents, I'm sure many here, we don't feel like going to the football pitch after work. So if they go themselves, if it's close to where they live, activity zones, sport facilities, and so on, I think that's the most important thing to think about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mes turime laiko keliems klausimams, jeigu kas norėtų.
We have some time left for a few questions. Would anyone like to ask questions? Because I have a few.
Then you showed us the figure from 2002, it was, I believe, like 73%.
71.
71%, and nowadays we have 93%. So it means that this achievement did not happen overnight. It was a result of, I wanted to ask of what it was a result. Was it a result of trial and error policy, or was it a model developed somehow looking at the mistakes you made in the past, looking at the best patterns from other countries and so on? So how did you develop that model?
Well, this is
and how long it did it took?
Yeah, and this was before I was born almost. No, but I think a long and continuous work where the whole sport organization has decided that this is the way we're going to organize children and youth sport. I could easily have sent the head of elite sport here today, and he would have said exactly the same. So we totally agree on how we organize children's sport. And of course, the long work in this is that in the earlier years, you would put up a football pitch, a big football pitch, a normal football pitch, and you put the 6-year-old kids out to play 11 against 11 when they were 6 years old. And half of them couldn't probably reach the bar if they were two on top of each other. And several of them never touched the ball. So I think all the federations started to think, how can we adapt sport into being more child-friendly? Now my kid is starting with 6-year-olds are playing 3 against 3 with a wall around. Then it's 5 against 5, 7 against 7, 9 and 9, and then 11 at 11 at 14. So we started thinking, how can you adapt all sports into children? And then they experienced the joy. I think that's how it developed, word of mouth. It became normal to be part of sport club.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for this wonderful presentation. And well, my question is, coming from the Lithuanian tradition of sports, I have to say that it is as different from what you are telling here as it can be, because, well, I recall in my childhood, and I'm sure maybe Virgilius will add from his experience, that we were told that, you know, for 6-7 hours you have to sit there and train and don't move, and you have to try hard, and this comes from from the age of 6 or 7 years old, because it's very elitist. It's all about competition from the very beginning. I'm very much for the Scandinavian model myself. Well, the question is, how was there a point where this kind of attitude changed, or well, if it has always been like that, that kids should not compete, that you don't, you don't give out medals too early, and stuff like that, because, well, for us it would be a huge change in attitude should we go in that direction, and it wouldn't come overnight. It would have to be, you know, it would take time, perhaps not years, but decades. And well, I was wondering about how did it happen in your case?
Excellent. Well, the debate on talents and competitions are never over. There are new parents like me coming up, and we know nothing about how sport is organized, and we're challenging the model. I get frustrated parents calling me saying, I want to take my child to Lithuania to go to competitions, or to China, or why do we have these rules? So there's always a constant debate, but I think all the federations are into it. I think it started in some way of, I don't know, it's probably, as the ambassador said, we're pretty concerned about being an inclusive society, and all our funding from the top level, from the ministry, is coming with a clear message that our work is to include as many as possible, as long as possible. So the funding is based on doing good children in youth sport, and challenging us when the dropout is too big, or we're not focusing on children in youth sport. So we only get money for children in youth sport, actually, and then for a few elite athletes. So everything is built up around that. But I think this has just changed over time, and you have to focus on it. I think the easiest way to start is to look at what. Let's not take away the competitions, but let's try to change the way we compete. Because if the results become less important, I think more kids will continue. Because they understand that they're not number one, but they can still be a part of the group, and they're not looking stupid when they participate. So trying to kind of give them back, give children back the sport, and let it be on their terms would be my first advice.
Virginia?
Thank you very much for such a thorough presentation. Yes, indeed, we have a lot to learn from this. I would like to ask about the professionals and sports coaches that work with children. Because in Lithuania, according to our laws, coaches have to have special education. And as far as I understand, in your country, you involve volunteers. Do coaches need a specific education to work in that area? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I didn't really focus much on the coaches, but the coaches is probably one of our main priorities in our work, because the coaches are new every year. There's no limitations to. There are, of course, there are in a few sports you have to have a license, swimming, gymnastics, and so on, where you have security issues that are highly. But I would say that 98% of the football coaches have little education. But we're trying to do as much as we can with that. We've just decided that all coaches that become part of Norwegian sport have to take something called a coaching certificate now. And this is digital. It takes about 15 minutes. You do it on your phone, and you get the basics of what I've been talking about now. How is children's rights organized? How is the provision in sport? What should you look for? Learn the kids' names. So we give them kind of basic things to coach a kid, not necessarily sport specific. But then we have a cooperation between all the federations who have said that we should have a framework so the coach education looks similar in all different sport codes, because some of them didn't almost have a coaching education at some point. Some of them had, of course, excellent coaching education. And now I think we're getting where everybody has a basic coaching level, which is quite good, and everybody's working to get more coaches to take education. But then convincing, if you need 60 or 70 coaches for the football group every year, and you say that you have to take a weekend course or 2-week course, then we'll end up with no one will volunteer. But we see when they start taking courses and get more experience, everybody wants more. So it's kind of a good cycle. When you get a bit of knowledge, you understand that you don't know everything. It's not enough to sit at home, watch Champions League, and then go coach the kids. Because some parents, of course, do. So we call that at the beginning, before you start understanding how little experience you have Mount Stupid. It's at the beginning, and then you fall down from Mount Stupid, and you get more experience, and you understand how little you know, and then it goes up again. But we have a lot of issues, of course, with these guys on Mount Stupid. You think they know everything.
Thank you very much. And if we have no more questions from web, oh yeah, we have the last one question.
Vieną klausimą norėtume užduoti.
I would like to ask a question. We haven't talked about physical training classes at school. Do you have a number of such classes that are obligatory at school per week or per month, for example?
Yes and no. I wish it was more. There's a political will in Norway to have 1 hour of physical activity every day at school. But they haven't put resources into it. So it exists very few places. But we have physical education in school. For my girl going in second grade, I think it's once a week. So it's very little. And then the difference between Norway and many other countries is that we don't have sport clubs in schools. So the afternoon clubs we have that are voluntary based are the only clubs doing sport. We don't have school sport as you have in at least some European countries.
Thank you very much, Mats. And now I'd like to pass the floor to a fellow Norwegian. Applause for our speaker. Tor Erik Stenberg from Sports Club KFM, Kamerateri Oslo. So, sir, you have the floor.
Can somebody help me with the presentation? Here it comes. I started to get nervous. Thank you very much for having us here, and thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you to all your parliament members and the friends from Norway and all of you. So we will now try to take the presentations down from the closer to the mic, yeah, okay. We will try to make the presentation now go from the macro segment and down to a club in Oslo who is running children's sports. And the topic is organized children's sports in Oslo, empowering children and strengthening the community. I will talk a little bit about the club that we're running first and then coming back to the two other ones. And then we'll see if we have the... This is a picture we used to use when we talk about our club. Because we're a football club with 1,600 members, 1,400 players in Oslo. We're seated at Ekeberg, a central place in the central part of Oslo. We are a family club, and we are playing on top level with both our men's team and our females teams. We are developing and delivering players for professional football, both in Norway and lately also to Sweden and Russia, in fact. The club was started in 1939, I'm sorry, and we are proud of that we didn't play our first game until 1946 because we didn't play during the war. Our nickname is Koffa, and at the top side there you see our founder, Jon Larsen, who is now passed away. And we are counted to be a different club from other clubs in Norway. And when I hear the Mats talking, you know, this is exactly what we are. This is the focus that we have. We work on activities for kids, and we are a volunteer-driven club, 100%. We have 400 volunteer coaches in the club with this police certification, which in one way also is a kind of certification during the answer of the question you had. We have 1,650 members. We have then, of course, a huge activity. We have an after-school program with 350 kids. And we have also a lot of young leaders and volunteers then in the club. We are a grassroots club. This year we have 132 teams in the league. We have 41 youth teams and 83 children teams. And that means that we probably this year will play around 4,500 games for kids. So I just tell you this to show you the volume of where we are at now. If you go 20 years back in time, we had 400 players. It has been a tremendous growth in the club. And just 15 years ago, I will guess that we had maybe 150 volunteers. So the number of kids and volunteers has been growing altogether on the way. And our main target is to produce afternoon activities for kids where they enjoy to stay. We don't pick players and come and play football because you are so very talented. We want them to come to us, and it should be so joyful, and they should have such a good time that next time they bring their friend. And this should be the best place for them to stay after school. And when you succeed on that, the recruitment is not a problem. So we don't run around and trying to get kids to come to us. The activity itself has to be made so that they think this is fun. And that means you can't push them too hard. You have to find the level, and you have to do things that gives this joy of sport. And football, of course, it is joyful. I mean, it's fantastic to play. We even enjoy it. So it's an easy tool to create something in the society where kids enjoy themselves and do positive things. We used to say that we play football. We don't differ between girls and boys football, but though we want more girls, and we have had girls football since the 1970s, in fact. So we were very early in Norway with girls football. Today, we have 47 girls teams and 475 players. This is growing very, very fast now, It's one of our biggest challenges is to have enough pitches for the growth that is going on. But we have long traditions, and we do football, and they get exactly the same good activities as boys do. And yeah, they really enjoy themselves. We are, as I said, we also have top football. We play on level 2 in Norway. Just on Monday, we had a big game at our home stadium, a provisory stadium, with 2,400 spectators. It's crazy for us. Just 10 years ago, it was 40, 50 people at the games. And it's a fully professional team now. And these guys, they are role models and examples for the kids. Because they see that the big guys, they play, and they have a lot of people coming to the games. That also gives them a lot of joy in being in our club. And then we used to say that we are a club for the whole life. That means that we don't only play football, because as a football club and a club in the society, in our neighborhood, we have a responsibility also to do more than just football. In the right corner there, we have something that we started last year, which is called the Street Team. It's a football team for former drug addicts or alcoholics and people who have been falling out of society. They are about a little bit more than 24, 25 persons now, coming there 2 times a week on daytime, practicing. We give them food, so they get a decent meal at least 2 times a week. And they really enjoy themselves. So I think on the game on Monday, there was 6 or 7 of them working, helping us to prepare the stadium. They came first and they went out last. And for them, this, I think we had just from September to December, we counted that there was 800 drug-free hours for those guys just by being at our football club. So this is another thing that you can achieve with the activities. If you go to the left side on the top, it's from a tournament of this international interaction and integration, which football is an extremely nice area to use as a tool. We have a lot of people coming in from Ukraine these days. Of course, they are brought straight into the sports clubs and the football clubs. At the bottom here, we have our friend Moa, who is on our top team. We are, in fact, by our name, we are a YMCA club. We call it Konf in Norway, so we have a Christian connection. Moa is a Muslim, and he just did his Ramadan. And of course, it's open for all sport is open for all religions, all cultures, all kind of background, sexual background, or whatever it is. Football and this activity is for all. And then, at the right lowest corner, the old man there is one of the founders of the club. He's 99 years old this year, and he's still going strong, playing with one of the youngest. And this is then one of the extremely important parts of our club. We want the whole family to be together with us. So we are a generational club where you can stay for life, and you can experience things if you're 5 years or you're 99 years. We also have a project, you see over there, called Savubona, which in one way is a stamp on what we stand for as a club. Savubona is a Zulu saying, and you know, when we meet, we used to say hello or how are you or whatever. In Zulu, they say Savubona. Savubona means hi, but it also means that when I meet you, I say, Savubona, I recognize you because for what you're worth, for your dignity, and for the person you are. I see you, I see that you are important, and I value you. And that's what we want to have our kids to experience, that when they meet us and they meet each other, they shall know that they are valuable as a person, no matter how good you are at football. I mean, very often we value those who score the goals most, but at our place it's the same value on every single person just because they are persons there. And this is this is extremely important to be able to create this environment where kids would like to be. So what do we do for the children? Yeah, we give them social training just by having activities. No results, it's not about being the best, but just having a lot of fun activities. We give social training that the society will benefit of for years afterward. We used to say that we want to bring up good people and then maybe some few football players. I had a coach some few years ago who was a bit more eager than what we are. He wanted to do something more for a couple of really good, talented, small kids. And we said, no, you can't do that. It shall be the same for everybody. And then he challenged me and he said, do you want them to be a football player or a doctor? And then I said, I want them to be a doctor. Because being a football player on the top level, it's so few who comes through. And it's such a lonely way to go to get there. And there's more people who are disappointed and destroyed than on the way trying than those who succeed. Although we just yesterday sold a Norwegian player for €1 billion or whatever it was, a lot of money. Just stupidity. So we use football activities as the tool to give kids social training so that they can end up being good people, contributing to the society on a good way, and we keep them away from the streets, from negative activities that could destroy the society. And then, of course, as we heard earlier, we have these public health issues that is extremely important to deal with, because what the world will be different in 20, 30 years time if we are not getting the kids into more activities. The health issues the society has to deal with then is extreme. And then, of course, you have the mental health issue. I believe that we know that mental health issues is getting worse and worse for kids these days. The pressure they're under to achieve results in school or whatever it is very, very high. And I believe that early selection of kids in the kids' activities strengthen this problem. And on the opposite side, if you come to a football practice with a lot of other kids, and you're seen, and you have a Savubona leader who looks you in the eyes and says, you belong here, that it's maybe one of the cheapest tools to use to try to improve mental health. It doesn't cost money if somebody loves you. So if you can create an environment where you have that attitude, I think it's a good way to do it, and it's important. We also, at our place, we do a lot of leadership training for kids and youth. We have a leadership school. I have Jon Morten with me. He's leading our leadership school for youth, start when they are 15. We have leadership training for older kids. We use them as leaders in the activities. We have a youth club once a month where they are youth leaders. We have campsite where we go for camps where they are leaders. They run tournaments. So we build them to be leaders in our club, but then to be leaders in the society later, which they will be. I talk fast here because I try to keep time. About strengthening the community. Our football club is a meeting place for generations. When the kids come to practice, Grandpa comes and he watches and he's proud. Grandma comes, we have the aunts coming over. It's a family thing. They gather around the activities for the kids. And it's a positive place for them to meet. And we don't only get the kids out of the houses, but the family out of the houses, meeting other families. And we also see that football, because it's so popular, it brings down social and economical barriers. In a boys' 8 team in my club, you could have a director of a big international company, and you have the lady who is cleaning the Rimi shop in the evenings. They stand together on a chair on the same team, and they feel that they're equal because they have kids on the same team. You bring down those barriers of those social barriers, and you give all of them affiliation to the same group, which is so important. And you could have a person from Pakistan and a person from north of Norway and a person from wherever, from Lithuania. They have kids in the same team, and they get to know each other, and they get to understand each other, and they work together and support together to do the best for their kids. And I think that a good and positive sports activities for kids give a good reputation for the area and the city you live in. We know that the area of the city that our club is, the Ekeberg area, is well known for a good place for kids to grow up. So people, they tend to want to move there because they want their kids to be in that environment. And I will say that Oslo is a good city for kids to live in because there's so many good activities they could be a part of. And I also think that investing in activities, good activities for kids, it supports the economy of the society on a long haul, because you will get less social clients and you will get more contributors than users of the society, and happy people for sure has better health. I used to show this picture. This is what we want to achieve, this fellowship among kids. They're one group, everybody's in the group, and we have a volunteer coach. The guy there, he's a volunteer, he's a parent. He has been at our grassroots courses to be trained to be a good coach. And he's leading this group, and you can see that he's the mentor of the group. He's a good example. If we have a lot of kids doing that kind of activities, which we have, we can also do top sport. And we could win medals and achieve, and we deliver, once a year we deliver a player to professional level. But that's one amongst many hundred of them. So this is what we really try to do. And how did we end up being such a club with such influence and this growth that we have seen then since 1990s and up? And I know this is a big issue here in Vilnius. We have been growing from 400 to 1,650, 1,700 members, and the releasing factor for us has of course been many things, but one of the main things, we got our own sports hall in 1997. In 2007, the first field with artificial grass. The second field in 2014. In 16, we upgraded to a mini stadium. In 21, last year, we changed the grass again on one field. And this year, we upgraded the stadium, so we now could have 1,700 seats, and we had some extra seats on Monday, so we had 2,400. The investment done in infrastructure and in fields and infrastructure where kids could do their activities in a good way is one of the key issues. I really believe that we should give the best of the best to the kids. In that gymnastic hall there, we are seated in Oslo. Don't tell everybody, but keep it safe in here. We never close the door. In the weekends, it's open. And there's nothing destroyed in there. And it's packed with kids. It's closed from 11 to 7 in the morning. You can't stay there at night. That would not be good. But in the Saturdays and Sundays, we're not there. The office people is not there, but it's open. And they don't destroy it. Because we give the best to them, they can take care of it. I believe in kids. I believe that kids can create a lot of things themselves. And we should give them the best. Why should they? Yeah, I could say a lot about that. And because of this is our next project, our club vision. We want to do more for even more kids and even more people and even more families. So we are trying to build 17,000 square meters, a new kindergarten, a swimming pool area, training center, new fields, and so on, so that we could have even more people around us to enjoy the setting. So infrastructure is necessary, and then of course it's human capital. the right people to run the things, the right ideas, and the right regulations that we have from NIF, which we stand 100% behind. They are really good, and it helps us to do and to give the kids good activities. And then we have been so lucky to get to know FC Įtaka, our good friends here. They have visited us in Norway, and we are thankful that we are allowed to come here to see what you're doing. And we were there yesterday. And this, I mean, I hope you can see the similarity to the picture I showed just earlier. You can see it in the eyes of the coach. He loves the kids. This is a way to do it. And it's an example that we could, I'm sure that you in Wilderness, you have people that you could continue to grow on, and you could see more and more of the things that we see else in Scandinavia. So that was quick. I tried to get you some time, Donatas. So, do you have any questions about us?
Thank you very much. Any questions? I had one.
Yeah.
How many clubs of such scale do you think there are in Norway?
Yeah. There are, in Oslo region, I will guess we are, our size, 40, 50 clubs.
Mm-hmm.
I know that in Oslo now we have 43,000 football players in Oslo city, registered football players. So
And,
it's a lot.
Yeah, and another follow-up question regarding the current infrastructure and your plans for the future. How much of it is funded by club membership contributions, and how much do you need to attract outside funding?
I think it's when it comes to these things, it's the same in every nation. We are fighting with the government to get more money. So yes, but we are an old organization, and it has been well run economically in many, many years. So our plan is to invest and pay for this ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But it's very, very important that we keep the costs for kids down, and which is a big debate in Norway at least, that it should be equal rights for every kid to participate in the sports they want, and which is important. But still, when you have the volume that we have, there is economy running that can carry, and if you have a swimming pool area, the schools will use it, they will pay for it, the kindergarten will pay for itself, etc., etc. So it's possible.
Thank you. Thank you very much once again.
Yeah.
Jo, ir Toras Erikas savo kalbos pabaigoje paminėjo Lietuvių klubą.
Tor Erik has mentioned the Lithuanian club Įtaka. We have the representative from that club, Donatas Tvarijonas, who will finish this session of the conference. So I give the floor to Mr. Donatas Tvarijonas.
Labą dieną, gerbiami Seimo nariai.
Good afternoon, members of the Lithuanian Parliament.
Ekscelencija, Norvegijos ambasadorių.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency, Ambassador of the Kingdom of Norway. Ladies and
Mano
gentlemen,
pranešimas šiek tiek skirsis nuo
my
prieš tai
presentation will be a bit different from the ones that have already been given, because I will cover the problems related to sporting activities in Lithuania. The objective of the conference is to share the best practices of the world.
Kai steigėme klubą Įtaka,
When we were establishing the football club Įtaka, one of the objectives was to have happy children in the club, because the happiness of children, social integration were among the most important things for us. When we would get to play matches with other football clubs, we would see other different experience, because other clubs would fight to win, because and at first it was rather difficult for our team to win, because children had different objectives, so we had many challenges to face. We started to look for problems. We started to raise questions, to look for these surveys and research as to why the situation in the Nordic countries was different. We went on visits to Scandinavian countries to see what was working differently than in Lithuania. So first we went to Iceland, then to Sweden, Norway, Denmark.
Labai padėjo mums čia Šiaurės ministrų taryba, kuri finansavo
The Nordic Council of Ministers office in Lithuania has helped us a lot as it financed our trips. When it comes to sports in Lithuania, the situation is greatly different from that of the Scandinavian countries, although the situation is changing step by step. As I was trying to compare the situation from that 6 years ago, as I was listening to the presentations of our Norwegian partners, I see that, well, we still have major differences. The main thing that we want to change in Lithuania is the approach to children. We see that the difference in the approach towards children in Norway and Scandinavian countries in comparison to Lithuania. I have noted several aspects, and some of the aspects are not right. As I was talking to children's parents here in Lithuania, I heard that parents would say that my children are looked after, they are taken care of, and I expect that other children live in similar conditions. Unfortunately, if my child is busy with sports, we have to have in mind that 70% of children in Vilnius or in Lithuania in general do not play sports at all. We cannot compare the well-being of our children with the well-being of other children. We have to see other kids as well. I don't know whether this is related to the lack of empathy, but we have to think not only about ourselves and our own children, but also about others. The objective of community and parents is to develop and to raise healthy, responsible, confident, critically thinking, and children who are ready for independent life. This is the duty that primarily lies with the parents, but we as society are also responsible for this. We have to look at the surveys and research. The surveys of children has shown that in Lithuania we have a very huge number of children and young people who commit suicide. We also face problems pertaining to smoking, drinking, and the use of drugs. As we were establishing the sports club Įtaka, we thought that we have to meet certain social needs. I used to see my friends who were suffering from drug addiction or alcohol addiction, and I thought that I needed to put an end to those problems. I therefore believe that prevention is the essential condition in upbringing children. I believe that for this we need to have responsible parents, and if parents do not take good care of children, children will be prone to various addictions. American research have proved that long-term, continuous and quality engagement of children is the essential condition of prevention of addictions. So, I'd like to repeat that. A continuous and long-term engagement of children gives results. In Lithuania, We usually initiate very many prevention programs. Unfortunately, they are short-term programs. In order to develop children, we have to engage with children from their birth until they reach the age of 20, which means that we have to work with children during all those years. If we try to do various prevention activities when children are 14 years of age, we are already too late because it's already postvention rather than prevention. We already have to deal with the problems. In order to ensure that our children are happy, we have to take care of them from their early days. The main thing for success, the key factor for success is the development of children's habits from their early days. Their habit to play sports from the childhood is very important because children change. There are different children development stages. Therefore, we have to ensure that such habits are consolidated, let's say from the age to 7 to 12. If they are engaged in sports from the age of 7 to 12, they will play sports even later and become full-fledged members of society. The most critical time for the development of for the promotion of sporting habits in children is from the age of 4 to 6 years, because it is the stage when these habits and skills take root, and from the age of 7 to the age of 12, these habits are already being consolidated, which means that we have to engage children from kindergartens, which means that we have to involve parents as well. Following my speech, I will have my colleague who will speak about the results and whether we have achieved this. Apart from prevention, society and children could benefit from yet another thing.
Tai sporto pagalba vykdyti įvairius kitus projektus.
With the help of sports, we can develop and implement other projects. What I saw in Scandinavian countries was the integration of children. After my visit to Norway, we changed our direction of work. Previously, we used to work with isolated work. So apart from integrated groups, we had some isolated groups, as we were working with SOS Village, that is the organization for orphans. But after our visit to Scandinavian countries, we decided that we will no longer separate those kids. In Scandinavia, we noticed that immigrants are also very effectively integrated into society. And such integration is very successful. Having in mind the current global challenges, we have proposed training which is free of charge for the children of Ukrainian refugees. Again, this is the example that we have taken from the experience of Scandinavian countries as we were engaged in projects with them.
Viso šiuo metu pas mus klube Atakoje sportuoja nemokamai 125 vaikai.
Currently, 125 children are training free of charge in our club Įtaka, which means that we have no support from the government. We ask some support from various other institutions for charity, but we have been successful so far, and we have ensured that 125 children can be trained free of charge. I'm also very happy to note that we can give a lot of things to children through sports. And one of the most
susidraugauja
important things is
treniruočių metu.
friendship. As children establish friendships
Vaikai
during
džiaugiasi vieni
their
kitais, kviečia į gimtadienį,
training
matau vieni
exercises.
kitus, draugauja šeimom.
We came to
yra
notice that children started
didžiulis
inviting
teigiamas
their
indėlis.
friends to celebrate their birthday parties, and I believe that we have contributed greatly to
Šalia
forming
sporto
friendship.
vaikai gali užsiimti
Apart from
kitomis
sports,
veiklomis. Ir
children can engage in other activities as
visada
well.
bus dažnai supriešinamas kažkodėl sportas su kitom veiklom.
Sometimes sports and
Bet,
other activities are put against each
sportas yra
other,
būtinas vaiko
but
vystymuisi,
I believe that
vaiko
sports
fiziniam
is
vystymui.
crucial for the physical and mental
Pavyzdžiui,
development
dailė,
of children.
muzika, mokslai,
Therefore,
tai jie tik tai prie sporto
arts,
tik prisideda, papildo.
painting, music
Vaikas gali sėkmingu
can
būt
only
mokslininku,
contribute
išauga,
to
kažkokiais
further
sportuotojai
development
netrukdo
of children.
vystytis. Sportas ugdo charakterio savybės. Vat kas esmė.
Sports
Esmė tame,
also
kad vaikas nuo
contributes to
mažens
the
įpratęs
development
sportuoti,
of personal character
įpranta
features
ir
of
mokytis.
every child. Where a child gets
formuojasi
used to
užsispyrimas
training
vaiko,
on a
kantrybė,
regular
darbštumas,
basis, he
punktualumas, begalė savybių,
does
pastovumas.
the same in
Ir
his
visam
daily
tam
life when it
reikalingas
comes
tėvų
to
palaikymas.
learning in school.
Vaikas
He
vienas,
develops
jisai
his
meta
stamina
užsiėmimus.
and
Jis
so
netgi
on.
norėdamas lankyti
Sometimes
užsiėmimus, jeigu jis neturi palaikymo,
children need
jisai
support
juos
from
meta.
their parents, and if children are not supported by their parents, they usually drop,
Tai va,
leave
apie ligų
various
prevenciją
sports
aš
clubs.
nekalbėsiu,
I'm
diskusijų
not
bus
going to speak about
specialistų
disease
gydymo.
prevention because in later
aš
parts of
tik
the
tiesiog
debate we are going
trumpai
to have
užsiminsiu, kad
health
tiek
professionals.
viršsvoris
I will only say that
atsiranda nesportuojant,
if people
kraujagyslių,
are
širdies
not
lygos
engaged, if children are not engaged in sports, they will
ir
face
visos kitos bėdos
problems
atsiranda
related
nesportuojant.
to obesity,
diskusija bus
cardiovascular diseases,
antros
and so on
dalies.
and so forth. So in our later discussion, we will talk about
Kitas
all these
dalykas yra
things.
tėvų savanorystė sporte, kurią mes pradėjome dėkti šių metų, šio sezono, nuo rugsėjo mėnesio.
From September this year,
Noriu pabrėžti, ką
we
mes
started
pamatėme, nes niekas mums
engaging
nesakė, nei
parents
kaip
as
organizuojama
volunteers in our
savanorystė.
activities.
Patys
We
iš
had
savęs
no
pamatėm,
idea how
kaip
to do this,
skandinavai dirba
so
tuo
we
klausimu.
started to look a bit
Danijoj
at
buvom,
the experience from the
Norvegijoj
Scandinavian
buvom,
countries.
matėm,
We
kad
went to
tėvai
Denmark, we
savanoriauja
went to
ir
Norway.
patys
We
kuriam
saw how
savanorystės
volunteering is done by Scandinavian
labiausiai
parents. We
akcentuočiau,
looked at their system, and I would like to emphasize that joint activities contribute to establishing and forming contacts between parents and children. I saw a survey saying that Lithuanian parents spend only 7 minutes per day with their children. Asking a child how the school was does not contribute to forming close relations between parents and children. When we tell our children to do something, we should not be expecting that the child will be obedient. A child is not a means to achieve our results. We can enjoy the results of sports only when children and parents play sports together, because the children will follow the example that is set by their parents. Unfortunately, I don't know any clubs in Lithuania where such volunteering is practiced. I know that volunteering is rather popular in Scandinavian countries, but I'm not sure. I am afraid we won't engage many children, more children, into sporting activities if we fail to engage parents. We have to act on what we preach. It's the same as telling the children not to
Aš
smoke,
visada
but to
sakau,
smoke
kad vaikas
for
iki
ourselves.
paauglystės vykdo tik
I
tėvų
always
valią.
tell
Tėvai
that
lemia,
before
tėvai įtakoja,
children
tėvai
become adults, before they
padeda.
reach maturity, they only
Vaikas dar
fulfill
neturi
the
savo
will of
valios,
their
jisai
parents.
yra
Children
tėvų
do
įtaka,
not
ne
have
pagal
their will.
įstatymą.
They
14
are
metų vaikas neneša.
under the influence of their parents, and
Tai
they
kol sueis tie
bear
14
no
metų,
responsibility
skirtume
whatsoever
maksimaliai dėmesio vaikui.
before they are 18 years
O
of age.
paauglystėje jis jau žinos, ką daryti.
But we have to ensure that children are engaged
Esminis
in
dalykas,
various
kad
activities.
kartu treniruodami vaikus, tėvai geriau pažįsta savo vaikus.
If
Dažnai tėvai tik
parents
įsivaizduoja,
are
tas ryšys,
engaged
tas
in
atstumas
sporting
didėja su
activities
metais,
with
ir kad jis
their
nedidėtų,
children,
o stiprėtų,
they will learn more
aš
about their
rekomenduoju
children.
savanoriauti.
I therefore recommend
mums
that
savanoriauti.
parents
Visiem
volunteer in sports clubs
Tam, kad geriau pažintų savo vaiką.
so that they could
Jo
learn more
poreikius,
about
jo
their
emocijas,
child,
jo elgesį,
about their
jo
needs,
reakcijas.
about their reactions to certain
Bendravimo
things,
būdą,
about
charakterį,
his
gebėjimus.
or her way of communication,
Tėvų įvaizdis,
the
įsivaizdavimas
skills
dažnai
and
skiriasi nuo
capabilities.
realių
Sometimes
vaiko
the
galimybių.
expectations of
Tėvai
parents
spaudžia
are
vaikus,
different
nors
from
treneris dažnai mato, kad
real
tai neatitinka vaiko
capabilities
poreikių ir norų
of
ir galimybių.
children. Sometimes the parents try to
Taigi
push
sportas
their
gali
children
mums
to
padėti
work
geriau
harder, but
pažinti savo
coaches
vaiką, kad
see
neatsitiktų
that
taip,
the
kad kai
child
vaikas
is not
užaugs, jau bus
capable
suaugęs,
enough to meet the
padarys
expectations
kažkokį
of
nusikaltimą.
his or her parents.
Kad nereiktų sakyti, man negalėjo mano vaikas, jis netoks. Jis negalėjo, mes dažnai
If
sakome.
our child does
Tai tik
something
parodo, kad tėvai
wrong,
nepažįsta savo vaikų dažnai.
parents say that, well,
Ir dėl to, kad to ryšio
it's
nėra, jis prarandamas.
not my
bet yra
child. My
priemonė,
child
kaip tą
could
ryšį
not have
sukurti.
done that. But this only goes to show
Ir
that
šiandien mum apie tai
we
pasakoja Norvegų
do not know our
patirtis
children.
ir pavyzdys.
And the Norwegian experience shows us that we have
Baigiant
to
apie
engage more
savanorystę,
with our
pasakysiu
children.
tik tiek, kad
When it comes to volunteering,
kaip veikia pas
I'd
mus ta
like to say
savanorystė.
how this
Kad jeigu atėjo
volunteering
20 vaikų ir vienas
functions
treneris,
in Lithuania. If we
jūs
have 20
įsivaizduokit,
children
vaikai
and one
išsibėgioja,
coach,
treneris užsiima tik tuo, kad surinkinėja, tos vaikus gaudo.
coach finds
Vaikai
it very
nekoncentruoja
difficult
dėmesio, o
to
mes jau
work with
girdėjom ir
such a
žinom,
large group of children
kad
because children
mokymuisi reikalinga
fail to
koncentracija.
concentrate on one activity.
Tai jeigu mes pakviečiam 4 tėvus
So if we invite 4
ir
parents
padalinam
as
vaikus po
volunteers,
4-5,
and if we
ir tie vaikai
assign
puikiai
4
atlieka
or
pratimus,
5
vakar
children
kartu
to
su
those
mūsų draugais iš
parents,
Norvegijos studentų
the
mokėsi
children
matę
will
nuotraukas.
perfectly do all the exercises that
puikiai
are
atlikinėja
requested by the
pratimus, jie
coach.
nesiblaško,
We
jie
tried this
koncentruojasi ir
yesterday
jie
and
mokosi.
we saw that
Vadinasi,
children
tai
were
yra būdas,
perfectly
tai yra
able to
pavyzdys mums, kaip
concentrate
dirbti su
and to
vaikais.
perform.
Kodėl mes nenaudojame tų
So-
pavyzdžių?
We have to make sure that we employ those good practices in our everyday life.
Kad užimtumas būtų efektyvus, reikia dar daug padaryti.
ensure
Neužtenka vien sutvarkyti prie
effective
mokyklų
engagement,
stadionų. Tai gerai,
we
bet
need
to
infrastructure. It is not enough
Nežinau
to put
Vilniuje nei vieno
the
klubo, kur sporto klubo
sporting
tikrąja to žodžio
facilities in
prasme,
place.
Skandinavų pavyzdžių, kuris turėtų savo namus, savo stadionus, savo patalpas, savo
In
sales.
Lithuania, we
Nėra
don't
nei
have
vieno klubo.
a single
Tai apie ką mes
club
kalbam?
that has its own
Mes
football
lakstom iš
pitch
stadiono į
or
stadioną, iš mokyklos į mokyklos.
sporting facility because sports clubs usually have to
Kad vyktų
go
efektyvi
from one
savanorystė, tai įsivaizduokite, jūs
school,
dirbate,
sporting school,
kada
from
jūs
one
galite
football pitch
prisidėti,
to
pabūti su
another.
vaiku, matomai po darbo. Tai vadinasi, visi gali tėvai po darbo beveik didžioji dalis.
Parents
Tai treniruotės
can
vadinasi
watch
vyks ne po
the
pamokų,
games
o nuo 18
or
iki
the
20
training
valandos
activities
maždaug.
only
Ir
after
visiems
work.
dienų metu. Tai įsivaizduokit,
And
kiek
at
reikia
the same
stadionų vienu
time,
metu.
which means that we
O
need
mes
a lot
turim
of
geriausių atvejų. Geriausių atvejų vienas
stadiums,
stadionas
a lot
vienoj
of
vietoj. Ir tai
playing
mums
fields.
pavyko pasiekti per 5 metus didžiulio darbo įtikinėjant politikus.
In 5 years' time,
Aš
during
tikiuosi,
the
kad
5 years,
padėtis
we have talked a
padėtis
lot
gerės
to
šiuo
our
klausimu, iš
politicians,
tiesų.
and I do
Ir šita
believe that the
konferencija bus,
situation will improve in the future and
prielaida
that
tam.
this conference will contribute
Kita
to
problema tai yra
positive
kaina.
outcomes.
Kainos kyla
costs to pay for the sporting activities is yet another challenge because the prices are increasing. Sports clubs have to pay much higher prices for renting the stadium. If the stadium is renovated, the price is increasing, therefore we have to increase the price for the children, which means that we have to look at the Scandinavian example, at the example from Norway, to look for other sources of funding rather than membership fees. We also have to promote sporting activities in Lithuania, massive sports is not a very popular thing in Lithuania, and we have to change this approach.
Aš manau, kad vaikystėje gavę pakankamai tėvų dėmesio bei užimti vaikai
who received enough attention from their parents will grow healthy and critically thinking, independent people. Thank you for your attention.
Ačiū Donatui. Aš manau, kad
Thank you, Mr. Tvarijonas. I believe that we will discuss the ideas raised by Donatas and by other colleagues during our last part of the conference, during the debate. And now, I hope that we are going to have a break. I am looking forward to meeting you at 3:05 after the coffee break. Sorry, we have one person who will speak for 5 minutes. So are we going to have a coffee break or not? Because I find it difficult to imagine whether we will have time for the coffee break. Can we bring coffee here to the hall? Okay, we are going to listen to a parent and we will run down to take coffee and we will come back after the coffee break 3:05.
Ačiū.
Labadiena visiems konferencijos dalyviams. Tai dėkui
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the invitation. I am a father of one of the child from Įtaka club. My son is 5 years old. He started, became the member of the club 10 months ago. We had a meeting with the representatives of the Įtaka. The representatives told about the mission of the club, and they also told about the volunteering program. And we were asked whether anyone would be willing to join the club as volunteers. I was happy to join, and I'm very happy with the decision that I had taken, and I can now share my experience with you.
And one of the things, as I have experienced as a dad, and I will also talk about my son's experience and what it all means for the club and for the community of the club. For me, it was a very meaningful time. We all understand that it takes to bring a child to the training.
Tiesiog naršant telefone, chatinant, arba galima tiesiog prasmingai praleisti, tai reiškia dalyvauti aktyviai treniruotėj. Tai aš pasirinkau šį variantą ir manau, kad tai labai yra geras sprendimas, nes buvimas kartu su savo vaiku gerina ryšį. Vaiko akyse tu tampi tam tikrų irgi komandos narių draugų. Jis tave lengviau prisileidžia, na ir galiausiai aš manau, kad tampi tam tikras pavyzdys, apie ką kalbėjo ir kiti pranešėjai, pavyzdys, lyderis jo akyse. Tai irgi svarbu turbūt ypatingai tėvo ir sūnaus santykiai, ką aš jaučiu, man padeda sustiprinti. Taip pat socialinės kompetencijos, kurias įgyja padėdamas, savanoriaudamas, tai vadinkim taip, kad yra labai skirtingų vaikų treniruoti ir tau tenka su visais pabendrauti, tai priėjimas prie skirtingo charakterio vaiko leidžia ugdyti savo gebėjimus, taip pat gali pasimokyti iš kitų trenerių ar tėvų savanorių, o kaip jie prieina prie vaikų, kaip jie randa, kaip užmezga tą ryšį, tai yra mano kaip asmens irgi tobulėjimas. Taip pat norėčiau paminėti, kad savanorystė leidžia treniruotės metu labiau subalansuoti savo dėmesį. Tai yra, aš pats savo visą jaučiu, kad savo vaiką žiūri kritiškai, labiau nori iš jo daugiau, keli jam galbūt aukštesnius standartus, bet tai leidžia pagalvoti ir galvoju, kaip tą dėmesį subalansuoti, kaip jį skirti galbūt vienodai ir kitiem vaikam, nes savo rolė tuo metu nėra tik tėvo, bet yra rolė savanorio, kuris atstovauja klubą. Tai man tą pavyksta, aš savo tokią formulę taikau, kad ne formulę, o taisyklę, kad geriau pasiprašau dirbti su ta grupe, kurioje nėra mano sūnaus ir man taip geriau sekėsi ir mano sūnus geriau klauso kitų tėvų ir pačių trenerių. Tai va, čia irgi tokia saviugda. Na ir kas be ko labai daug buvo kalbėta ir buvusių pranešėjų, tai yra apie bendruomenės kūrimą, bendruomenės lygmą, tai manau savanorystė man pačiam leidžia pasijusti klubo bendruomenės dalim. Ir tai yra labai svarbu ir vėliau, kada vaikai tave pradeda vadinti treneriu, nors neturiu aš ir trenerių išsilavinimo, bet tai yra smagu emociškai ir kada tėvai, kurie nesavanoriauja, irgi tave užkalbina, klausia, kaip čia kas. Tai lipdo bendruomenę ir man tada lengviau prieiti prie kitų tėvų bendrauti ir manau, tai yra ypatingai svarbu. Na ir turbūt, ką galima perkelti iš treniruotės į namus, tai vis dėlto mes kartu su sūnum žinom, kokie pratimai daromi treniruotės metu. Tai grįžęs jisai, aišku, mane renkasi, kas eis su juo pažaisti futbolą, tai galiu su juo ir tos pačius pratimus atlikti, nes mes kartu tą patį darom. Kita dalis, ką davė mano sūnui, tai pirmiausia, aš jo paklausiau, o apskaitai, ar tau patinka, kad aš čia būnu toje treniruotėje. Labai geras buvo video apie tėvus treniruotėse arba varžybose, kaip jie elgiasi ir kaip reaguoja. Tai sūnaus lakoniškas atsakymas buvo taip, man patinka, tai aš manau, kad bendrai turbūt neperspaudimas ir normalus elgesys treniruotėje su vaiku bet kuriuo atveju suteikia daugiau pasitikėjimo, drąsos pačiam vaikui. Tai aš manau, kad tai yra teigiamas dalykas, ką ir anksčiau minėjau, artimesnis ryšys. Po treniruotės dažnai važiuodami automobilį aptariam, o kaip sekės treniruotė, kas jam patiko, kas nepatiko, ko išmoko. Tai vėlgi kalba eina apie ryšį, apie santykių su vaiku. Na ir pats vaikas turbūt matydamas, kad tėčiui įdomu klubas, kas ten vyksta, ir tėtis jaučiasi to klubo dalim, sūnus irgi įsitraukia daugiau patį klubą, tai ryšys su klubu tampa bendruomenės dalim. Ir galbūt ką kalba apie kaip reikia išlaikyti tą vaiką visą kelią iki kol, nežinau, taps suaugęs, kad jisai liktų sportuoti. Tai manau, tai yra svarbu jaustis kažkokios bendruomenės dalim. Na, o ką duoda klubui, tai labai detaliai papasakojo Donatas. Aš tik taip antrinsiu, kad manau, kad treniruočių kokybė tikrai padidėja. Na, aritmetika paprasta, ką ir minėjo, kada vienas treneris dirba su 15 vaikų ir kada vienas treneris plus 3 savanoriai, tai reiškia, kad 4 suaugę dirba su tais pačiais 15 vaikų, tai reiškia, turim 4 kartus daugiau laiko skirto vienam vaikui. Tas skirtas laikas yra labai svarbu, nes tikrai reikia darželinukam parodyti, pakartoti pratimą. Vienas treneris nesugeba individualiai skirti dėmesio, nesugeba prie kiekvieno prieiti. Tai padidina individualaus laiko skirimą kiekvienam vaikui ir tas dėmesys, paprastas žmogiškas dėmesys, manau, yra irgi ypatingai svarbus, tiesiog pačiam vaikui norėti sugrįžti į tą treniruotę kitą kartą. apie ką kalbėjo ir kolegos iš Norvegijos, tai kad irgi turbūt laikymas statuso prasme, kad kiekvienas vaikas svarbus to parodymas, tai yra ypatingai svarbu, neturint laiko, neparodant dėmesio, tu turbūt neparodysi to ryšio statuso. Manau, kad savanorių pagalba klubas gali veikti efektyviau, tai reiškia, gali užtikrinti masiškumą, gali pritraukti daugiau vaikų gali treniruotis, manau, su daugiau vaikų efektyviai valdomais resursais galima išlaikyti prieinamas treniruočių kainas, apie ką kalbam, tai taip, tėvams tai yra aktualu. Tai savanorių pagalba, manau, svarbi klubo efektyviai veiklai.
And this is important for the effective functioning of the club.
Vėlgi, klubo, kada esi savanoris, vienareikšmiškai tu jauties klubo dalim, tu esi klubo bendruomenės dalim ir tampi savotiškas ambasadorius visuomeniai, kalbant su kitais tėvais, kitais draugais, tu papasakoji, kur tavo sūnus treniruojasi, kaip ten sekasi, kad vyksta tokia programa. Ir tai iš principo vėlgi didina gerąją patirtį apie klubą, jo žinomumą ir kviečia prisijungti daugiau naujų klubo narių. Tai turbūt tiek, ir pabaigai bendrai turbūt norėčiau pasidžiaugti futbolo klubas įtaka, ta filosofija arba principais, kuriais vadovaujasi, tai yra, kad pirmiausia turbūt darželinukam yra smagumas, apie tai visi kalbėjo, smagumas, džiaugsmas, draugai, socializavimas ir tik paskiausiai yra sportas ir rezultatai. Apie tai galbūt esu girdėjęs, kad kiti tai deklaruoja, tuo tarpu futbolo klubas įtaka ne tik deklaruoja, bet per savo patirtį, kaip tėtis galiu pasakyti, kad tuom ir vadovaujasi, tai ypatingai svarbu. O pabaigai tai matau tam prasme, turbūt tą prasme dar sustiprino pristatymai partnerių iš Skandinavijos, iš Norvegijos, kad tikrai, aš manau, tai yra Lietuvos ateitis ir savanorystė padės mums išplėsti sportuojančių vaikų skaičių. Ačiū labai.
Taip, dėkui Mindaugui. Mes užlipame kone 15 minučių ant pirmosios dalies. Aš tai ištęsiu paprasčiausiu būdu, nupjaudamas 15 minučių nuo diskusijos paskutinės. Kuo aš tikėsime koncentruočiau, to gausis geriau, nes kam tuščiai tiesiog toks
time for discussion at the end of the conference because we are lagging behind. So now I invite you to come back
Nes vis tiek 2 valandas jau šnekame, tai reikia padaryti pertraukėlę. Lauksiu jūsų grįžtant.
3 or 10 past 3.
Jau turime 15 minučių po 15 valandos, tai norėtųsi pradėti, kad dar labiau neužliptumėme ant mūsų konferencijos grafiko, taigi dabar turėsime antrąją konferencijos dalį, turėsime iš pradžių 3 pranešimus, šį kartą jie bus trumpesni, numatyta jiems po 20 minučių. Kolegos, kurie dar apačioje tikiuosi prisijungs prie mūsų konferencijai bevykstant ir arba gal jie žiūri per YouTube, nežinau, ten apačioje būdami. Žodžiu, įvairius variantai manomi stebėti šitie konferencijai. Pirmas pranešimas tai yra Aurelijaus Karbaliaus iš Danijos, mūsų garsaus buvusio futbolininko, kuris dabar dirba Danijoje. Pranešimas tėvų savanorystės reikšmė Danijos vaikų sporte. Taigi prašysiu pirmąjį pranešėją.
Aurelius Karbalius, manager of Danish Football Club. And it's on importance of parental volunteering in Danish children's sports.
Ir čia kampe viršui, kairelė. Taip, super.
Sveiki visi, girdisi.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Jauduliukas sporte nėra blogai, geras jauduliukas įveikia aroganciją, per didelis jauduliukas trukdo pasirodymam.
If it is small enough, it kills arrogance. If it is high enough, it may interfere.
Jauduliukas yra gerai.
I always keep saying that little excitement is important. I was born in the family of people who regularly played sports. I'm very happy that we are moving towards the right direction with regard to sports. And I'm very happy that we have chosen this path. We have chosen this alternative. And making use of the best practice from Nordic countries. As of 1995, I have been living in Denmark. Well, now I keep saying that I live on an airplane and in the hotel because I'm a director, sports director, and we have business in Lithuania, in Denmark, and in the US. I see different models in all of these countries, and I'm going to present them briefly. Today I'll focus on the Danish model. I think it is a very good one, and we should focus on it in Lithuania. And I have in mind not only volunteership and the development of children, but also about the facilities. My presentation is made by Martin Jensen, he is sports director. I have also included a few slides of mine, and I hope they will help me show the entire attitude towards sports in Denmark. Today we are going to speak about Køge Bold Club. It's been established in 1927. It's 10 kilometers away from the sea. That's where I worked as a coach for 6 years. In 2009, we reached the highest league, and then the two clubs joined. In Lithuania, we do not have any clubs from grassroots to the very top level, with children, with amateur level, as well as the professional one. Therefore, I'm going to present today the amateur club, which has a division of professional sports. It's established near Copenhagen. It's a suburb of Copenhagen. And it's near Copenhagen. The club was a champion club. One was champion in 2000, another was champion for 2 times, and then they decided to cooperate to attract the funding of local sponsors and local community. You see, there's over 1,000 children, with 30% women and girls and 70% of boys and men. And we say boys and men and girls and women because it's a lifelong club. Now in Denmark, Denmark has new projects with UEFA, and the University of South of Denmark has a project which is called the Fitness. It promotes having coaches who are trained, and they are mostly elderly people. They come to play football 2 times a week, 3 against 3 or 4 against 4. It's been proven that metabolism is very important. It also helps to improve the density of your bones. The mission of the club is the following. It wants to be the best place for children to come and play football, as well as adults. And it wants to encourage people to stay there for life. This can be achieved through well-educated coaches. Regarding the education of coaches, we have heard about the Norwegian experience. I, as a coach, know about these challenges. Parents want to be coaches, but they do not always know how to do that, and clubs invest in training. They can provide the education for parents for B license or for C license, for them to understand how little they know about football. And when they understand that they know very little, they want to learn more, and the work improves. We have 5 values. The value of joy is the main one. The Kyrgyz club promotes the experience of joy for all the people who come to the club, children, parents, coaches, everyone. The next value involves community, then ambitions. We want to provide the possibility for children, for boys and for girls, the best opportunities for those who want to go further. Respect and individual development. That's the focus. And how this is part of our daily practice. These are our guiding principles. This is an example. It is evident in Denmark that people who come to the club continue playing and then becoming volunteers. When children join the club and parents receive the letter which describes the values of the club and invites parents to join the club, to become part of it, and not necessarily to become coaches, but to help around with, for example, the balls or equipment or trips. The sports director is a full-time employee in this club. Then we have part-time employees who are consultants for boys and girls. And we have talked about the importance of knowing what children want. So these consultants help us to achieve this. And then we have subdivision managers that are kids development coaches who help parents to work with these groups.
Nuo U2 iki U5
From
vaikus vieną
U2
kartą per
to
savaitę treniruoja
U5,
pačio klubo vaikai.
we have the coaches, members of the club, children of the club, and they are paid little, but they are paid anyway. And it is very popular for teenagers to work at least a little bit for an hour or two a day. Sometimes they work at supermarkets or distribute press, for example, and the club promotes this as well. Parents are also involved in the activities of the club, and they work from 6 to 9. And I have intentionally included the numbers because they help to understand everything. They receive the clothing and the support of 500 Denmark krones from U10 to U19. The first teams, there are many teams, so the first teams are being trained by coaches with better licenses, higher licenses. They have their regular jobs and they come in the evening to work as coaches. And other teams are trained by parents, volunteers, or trainers who come and work for pleasure. We have 40 teams. Can you imagine 40 teams in one club, 40 teams in another club, and then if we add up all the teams of the club, we get about 100 teams. We have 120 coaches, so we have 3 coaches per team in order to ensure the quality. Whether we talk about proper running or proper way of holding a ball, everything requires attention and motivation. We have 30 full-time coaches, and other coaches receive from 200 to 300 euros, and we have a number of pitches. We have 40,000 people living there, and we have 500 residents and 8 pitches, full-size pitches. Regarding the facilities, here you see the numbers. There's a study that was conducted in 2017. It includes all facilities, the accessibility and the density. Here I see football pitches. There are 156 locations with over 450,000 fields. We see badminton facilities, 378 pool centers with 753 pools in Denmark. In this colored map, you can see
viršuje tie šviesiai mėlyni, tai reiškia, kad yra tos vietovės, kur sporto infrastruktūra yra geriausia.
Best sports facilities in blue and the worst sports facilities in red. The best sports facilities are in light blue. The same study contains population per municipality per one sports facility. We see 1,700 in small towns. However, the distance was taken into consideration. We see 50,000 or 32,000 in the area of Copenhagen. However, all these facilities are close, about 5-10 minute bicycle ride. For example, if we talk about Vilnius suburb, Riešė, we had 5 football pitches, badminton, water pool, basketball, indoor tennis. The senior people are interested in petanque. They were champions in petanque, so the municipality has invested in a special playground for them. This is the number of people per sports facility. And we see the numbers for Copenhagen, it's 470, while there are different numbers in smaller locations. Here we have ratings and analysis, which demonstrates further steps to improve accessibility and to increase the number of children who want to play sports. You can see the calculations. Also, the sponsors of these facilities. For example, golf is funded privately from private foundations. The track and field events or football pitches are in charge of municipalities. Water pools are also in charge of municipalities. The revenues of the club, about 700,000 euros. 50,000 euros is the amount from private supporters. And club members pay about 80 euros per month, and the price depends on age. The older you are, the more you pay. And it's more expensive in Vilnius than in Denmark. And basically, the time is unlimited. The infrastructure is such that it attracts people. And there's a desire to establish clubs. There are 344,000 clubs. The municipality pays 80 euros per each player until the age of 18, and now we have 800 players in this club. There are two kinds of people: the givers and takers. The takers may eat better, but the givers sleep better. And to end my presentation, I would like to say that for me, coming from Lithuania, it was strange to see many children. On Saturday morning, there were 27 pitches when one mom was teaching a five-year-old boy to play with the ball. And we had elite education in the former Soviet Union, while in Nordic countries the focus is on the number of people engaging in sports. Denmark has discovered a model. They have fields and pitches, and they attract people. My daughter does swimming, and I asked to include her into an elite group. They said, yes, of course, it will cost more, but there are other conditions. You will have to be a judge in 3 competitions. I said, well, we don't know how to do that. They said, well, there are courses, you will have to attend them. And my son is 5 years old, and when we came to the club, they said, oh, take a look. We have 60 children, and if we do not have 8 coaches, we will not have exercises. And now we have these 8 coaches, and they come every day. Out of 60 children, some leave, some stay. But when parents contribute, when facilities are available, people like doing that. To end my presentation, I would like to say the following. We're still trying to understand whether sports is important to us as compared to all other issues. And we are trying to understand how to do that. Denmark is a democratic country for 200 years already. And it's been 30 years when we are learning democracy, about democracy. However, if we take into consideration the pyramid of needs, by Maslow, we start understanding this need. We need socialization when we meet other needs of being safe and not hungry. However, we should spend more time with our children. This conference confirms this good practice. Now we have a sports agency, and I hope it will establish a sports-related goal in Lithuania. The results in sports, even if when we talk about the high-level sport, doesn't manage to achieve the best of results. Our basketball team is no longer among champions. And we ask what's going on. When I looked at the constitution of the team, I realized that there are only a few Lithuanians in the team. Well, we have to change this attitude and to allow those who want to be in professional sports to go through this and work on these matters. Thank you. What you talked about was very similar to the Norwegian model. This is the Nordic model that is related not only to sports, it's a lifestyle model that has been achieved in 200 years. We will not manage to do that in 30 years. However, can we take something from this model and transplant into the Lithuanian experience to achieve tangible results? Well, I think we will discuss about that later. However, I would like to say that as of 2015, when I came back to Lithuania and have become part of Lithuanian sports and footballs, because I am interested in making changes, in order to change the system, we need to understand why there are so many people in Nordic countries that play sports, they are happy and achieve excellent results in high-level competitions. The Scandinavian countries have understood that if a child of 5 will be forced to win and a child of 18 will be taught how to pass a ball, that will be wrong. And in Lithuanian football, everybody understands that we begin from teaching a child to run correctly, and only later on, at about the age of 19, we start demanding the results. The example was about dancers. We have to equip our sports organizations with knowledge. These organizations have to be certified, and probably the federations have to be involved, and these are political matters. I think we can employ the Nordic model quite easily in Lithuania. Yes, one more question. Please turn on the microphone. From time to time, UNICEF has a rating of child's well-being. Now, I see that Denmark is second out of 38 developed countries. Would anyone be able to answer the question where Lithuania is in that rating? It is 33rd out of 38. And there are 19 parameters that are taken into consideration, everything that is related to child's well-being, education, sports, mobility, family, employment, etc. The Netherlands, then the Denmark, and the Norway is the third. Thank you. I have a piece of news. I do not know whether it's going to be, whether you are going to be happy about it or not. First, we have managed to solve the problem of time. The last speaker is not present. Therefore, we will have more time for discussions. He has mixed up the time. Well, there's nothing special about that. It happened to me once when I came a different day to take my exam. And my professor said, well, it must be true, because I haven't heard of such a way of cheating. And now I would like to give the floor to Kasparas Šileikis. The floor is yours.
Paprašysiu tik tai pakeisti skaidres, jeigu įmanoma. Ar aš čia pats galiu?
Is it possible to change the slides, or someone will do that for me?
Good
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, parliamentarians, organizers of the conference, distinguished guests. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to be in this conference and to hear so many informative presentations. I am Kasparas Šileikis, the Director of Olympics Education of the Lithuanian National Olympic Committee, and I am privileged to speak about the benefits of physical literacy in increasing children's participation in sport. I will start without further ado, and I have much to tell you, indeed. So first and foremost, I will tell you what physical literacy is, what this concept means. Later on, I will look at the elements of physical literacy, how many of the elements are, and why they exist in general. I will speak about the benefits of physical literacy by mentioning the long-term training model of the sportsman.
Taip, tai kas tas fizinis raštingumas?
So what
Tai
is
iš tikrųjų
the
fizinis raštingumas
physical
yra sąlyginai
literacy?
nauja sąvoka.
Physical literacy is a new, relatively new concept, and its definition is relatively new. And sometimes physical literacy is confused with physical activity, because physical literacy means our approach to our emotional, cognitive world.
Tai apibrėžimas skamba taip, iš tikrųjų fizinis raštingumas
So
yra motyvacija,
the definition of physical literacy
ir kompetencija. Į
is
kompetenciją įeina tiek judėjimo įgūdžiai,
defined
įeina tiek
as
fizinės
motivation,
ypatybės, bei žinios
trust,
ir supratimas apie
participation, and
atsakomybę
competence, that is
kiekvienam būti
movement
fiziškai
skills,
aktyviam
physical
visą
characteristics, knowledge
gyvenimą.
and understanding
Iš
about the
tikrųjų,
responsibility of
fizinis
everyone to
raštingumas
be
yra visą
physically
gyvenimą
active
pasiteisinantis
throughout
ir
their
nepaprastai
lives.
nutrūkstantis procesas.
Just like
Ir kaip ir kiti
writing and
raštingumai,
reading,
ar
physical
būtų kalbos,
literacy
ar
is
matematinis,
essential
ar
for
muzikinis, ar
everyone
fizinis,
and needs to be developed
fizinis
systematically
raštingumas
and
turėtų būti
consistently
ugdomas
from an
sistemingai,
early
nuosekliai ir
age.
tolygiai. Tai jeigu pažiūrėtume į kalbos
If we
raštingumą,
look
ar ne,
at
vaikai pradžioje
other
yra
kinds of
mokomi
literacy, such
paprasčiausių
as
raidžių,
language
abėcėlės,
literacy
vėliau
or
žodžiai,
mathematical
sakiniai, taip pat ir
literacy,
matematinio raštingumo matome
children
progresą
start learning
tolygų,
from
pradžioje
letters,
vaikai yra mokomi
alphabets,
skaičių,
they
vėliau
later
daugybos,
learn
darybos,
words,
paskui
and
ateina
finally are able to create
sudėtingesni
sentences.
uždaviniai ir lygtis.
Whereas when
Taip
it
pat
comes to
ir fiziniam
mathematics,
raštingume, iš tikrųjų, kurį
start
galėčiau pavadinti
from
kalbos, judėjimo
numbers,
kalba, ar ne, taip pat ir matome,
they
kad ta pati
introduce to
pradžia,
numbers,
pagrindiniai
they
judėjimo
learn
įgūdžiai
the,
yra savotiški šios
multiplication,
kalbos žodžiai,
division,
ne,
and
ir
so on
pradžioje
and so
išmoksime tos
forth.
pagrindinius judėjimo
So,
įgūdžius įgaunam bei fizinės
the same with
ypatybės, bei
physical
tada mes jau judame
literacy.
prie tų judesių
First we
sekos
learn
arba
the
kaip būtų
very
lyginant su
simple
kalbos
movements,
raštingumo būtų
later the
sakiniai,
sequence
ar
of
ne?
movements,
Ir tik vėliau
then
pereiname jau prie
complex
pratimų ir
exercises,
žaidimų.
and later we
Tai
move on
viskas yra
to
ir
games,
turi
various
nuoseklumą.
sports,
Tai iš
and
tikrųjų suprant
physical
ir
active
suvokiant fizinio
tasks.
raštingumo svarbą, noriu dar paminėti, kad yra ypatingai svarbu pradėti mokyti ir
important
ugdyti fizinį raštingumą
to
nuo
start
mažaus amžiaus,
teaching
nuo iki
physical
mokyklinukų, nuo
literally from
darželinukų.
the
Ir
early
tą
ages
turėtų
I have
daryti tik tai
mentioned, from the
kvalifikuoti
kindergartens,
specialistai
and this
ir
should be
pedagogai,
done
kuriems
only by
mano fizinio ugdymo ir
qualified
fizinio raštingumo
professionals and
srityse.
educators who are well
Tai kaip ir
aware
minėjau,
of the
pagrindiniai
physical
judėjimo
activity
įgūdžiai yra tas
itself.
pagrindinis bagažas, į kurį
Physical literacy,
mes pradžioj turėtume kreipti dėmesį, nes tai yra
when it
viso
comes
ko
to
pradžia,
physical
viso ko
literacy,
pamatas.
we
Tai matome,
should,
turime ir lokomocinius, ir stabilumo, objektų valdymo bei sąmoningumo
look at,
įgūdžius, kuriuos
various,
kiekvienas vaikas turėtų
skills, such as,
mokėti ir
locomotive
gebėti ir
stability,
įgyti,
object
dėl to,
management.
kad įgytų pasitikėjimą savimi,
And
dėl to, kad
these
atsirastų
skills are
motyvacija.
necessary in order to ensure that
Ir
children
va
are
tai va, būtų įmanoma,
self-confident.
jeigu įmanoma būtų pavaizduoti fizinį
If,
raštingumą, fizinis raštingumas
I
atrodo kaip
had to
ratas, apskritimas su
depict
keturiomis
physical
stotelėmis.
literacy, I
Tai
would
kaip ir
depict
minėjau,
it
ir
as
buvau
a
užsiminęs apie
circle,
tą
an endless
kompetenciją,
circle
įeina ir
with
fizinės
various,
veiklos,
with
įeina
such things as
ir pagrindiniai judėjimo
excellence,
įgūdžiai, tiek ir
trust,
fiziniai gebėjimai, bei
motivation,
žinios ir supratimas. Na, o kai vaikas turi žinias ir supratimą,
with
turi
various
kompetenciją, jisai
mobility
taip pat
skills,
pasitikė
physical
savimi.
abilities,
Turbūt
knowledge and
nesunku suvokti, kad
understanding.
vaikas, kuris
Trust
žino, ką daro,
is one
jisai
of the
pasitikė savimi,
components
jausis
that promotes,
ir daugiau motyvacijos
self-confidence.
jausis, kas yra ir
People
trečia stotelė.
participating
Na, o turint tiek
in
kompetenciją, tiek
individual or
pasitikėjimą,
team
tiek motyvaciją, greičiausiai vaikas toliau norės tęsti fiziškai aktyvias veiklas, greičiausiai norės mėginti save kitose veiklose, ar net būtinai sporte, bet kaip ir panašiai iš Norvegijos minėjo, galbūt mėgins įtraukti save į dailės, muzikos, kitas pamokas, ar ne, tiesiog bus visapusiškai aktyvesni, nes turės tą motyvaciją. Taip, kodėl tai yra svarbu? Na, keletą priežasčių paminėjau tikrai, tačiau viena iš svarbiausių priežasčių yra tai, kad vaikai turintys geriau tobulintis motorinius įgūdžius yra žymiai aktyvesni bendramžių tarpe ir greičiausiai turės išsiugdę tą motyvaciją ir pasitikėjimą tęsti fiziškai aktyvias veiklas visą gyvenimą. Taip pat, kaip ir minėjau, fizinio raštingumo svarbiausi principai yra tai, kad ne tik fizinės ypatybės pasireiškia, bet taip pat yra ugdoma ir socialinė raida, ir emocinė raida. Žinoma, taip pat ir tokiu būdu yra ugdomi ir atsakingi, ir aktyvūs piliečiai. Tai keturi yra fizinio raštingumo elementai - fizinis, socialinis, emocinis ir kognityvinis. Palėtėm tą fizinį jau, socialinio elemento esmė yra ta, ką ir minėjo visi pranešėjai, kone, kad yra sudaromos sąlygos vaikams, jaunimui, gerinti savo kompetenciją, 21 amžiaus įgūdžius, taip kaip būtų bendradarbiavimas, kooperacija, kritinis mąstymas bei kiti, draugystė ir kitos vertybės. Mes mėgstame pabrėžti tas olimpinės pagrindinės vertybės, tobulėjimas, draugystė, pagarba. Tai irgi yra labai labai svarbu, kad pedagogai, kurie ugdo fizinį ugdymą ar fizinį raštingumą, suprastų, kad reikia pastebėti ne tik progresą fizinėme elemente, tačiau taip pat ir socialinėme, tiek emocinėme ir kognityvinėme. kognityvinis kalba apie tai, kad vaikas jau supranta, turi žinias ir suvokimą, ką ir kaip ir dėl ko reikia daryti tolygiai. Jeigu pažiūrėtume tokį, sukūriau labai konkretų situacijos aprašymą, kuriame galiu perskaityti iš tiesų, Aistė 12 metų su sesė Ona ir savo šeima išvyksta slidinėti į Italijos Alpes. Sesės, gana panašus amžius, 12-11 metų, tačiau Aistė ir Ona prieš tai nėra buvusios Italijoje ir nėra slidinėjusios kalnų slidėmis. Aistė turi gerai išlavintus pagrindinius judėjimo įgūdžius ir vasarą važinėja riedlentę, ir sportuoja žiemą ant ledo. Ona dėja neturi įsiugdžiusi jokių pagrindinių judėjimo įgūdžių ir nesidomi jokiomis fiziškai aktyviomis veiklomis. Pažiūrėkime, kaip joms abiejoms sekasi su tuo naujų sportų kalnų slidinėjimo. Tai iš fizinės perspektyvos Aistė geba sėkmingai atsistoti ant slidžių, laiko balansą, turi įsiugdžiusi tą balansą, pusiausvyrą, lygsvarą, ar ne. Tuo tarpu Ana nors ir geba atsistoti ant slidžių, tačiau jai sunkiau sekasi laikyti pusiausvyrą, negali keisti krypčių slystant. Iš emocinės perspektyvos, kadangi Aistė įsiugdžiusi tuos įgūdžius, jinai kaip ir nepergyvena, neturi to diskomforto, kaip tik jaučiasi pasitikėti savimi ir jaučia motyvaciją bei džiugesį. Iš kognityvinės pusės Aistė noriai irgi susipažįsta su nauja sporto šaka, išklauso instrukcijas, Ona taipogi išklauso instrukcijas, tačiau nesupranta nukritimo rizikos, kai Aistė ją supranta, kadangi, kaip ir minėjau, jinai turėjo sąveiką su žiemos sportu, taip pat su panašiomis priemonėmis vasaros sporto šakose, ar ne. Ir taip pat iš socialinės perspektyvos, kadangi Aistė jaučiasi komfortabiliai, jinai turi laiko ir atsipalaidavus ir geba bendrauti ir socializuotis ir plėsti ir toliau savo kitus socialinius įgūdžius, kol sportuojant. Tai va, kaip ir žadėjau, trumpai papasakosiu ir apie ilgalaikį sportininko rengimo modelį, kur irgi visa esmė yra nuoseklumas ir sistemingumas. Tai jeigu pažvelgtume į tuos pirmus du lygius, aktyvi pradžia ir smagus pagrindai, tai iš tikrųjų tai yra tas metas, kada vaikai privalo išsiugdyti pagrindinius judėjimo įgūdžius ir pagrindinės sporto įgūdžius ir taip pat atrasti tą socialinį ir emocinį savo pasaulius. Smagus pagrindai, iš tikrųjų šitą modelį pasiskolinau iš kanadiečių, skamba kaip fundamentals lygis ir amerikiečiai mėgsta išryškinti tas pirmasias 3 fundamentals žodžio raidės, kurios yra fun, ne, smagu. Taip ir turėtų būti tokios, ir turėtų būti veiklos, turėtų būti įtraukiančios, smagos, laimingos ir tų veiklų turėtų būti daug. Tokiam amžiuje vaikai turėtų sportuoti ir išmėginti save kiek įmanoma skirtingose veiklose, būtent dėl to, kad atrastų tai, kas jiems patinka, tas sportas, kuriems teikia džiaugsmą, ar ne. Ir žiūrint į tą didelį paveikslą, iš tiesų aš manau ir tikiu, jog fiziškai raštingas vaikas turėtų daugiau šansų ir ateityje tapti tuo aukšto meistriškumo sportininku, kadangi jis bus ir išmėginęs daugelį skirtingų veiklų ir taip pat atras tai, kas jam patinka ir kur jis yra talentingas. Tai iš tikrųjų su partneriais iš Didžiosios Britanijos Youth Sport Trust International organizacijos šiuo metu Lietuvos tautinis olimpinis komitetas ėmėsi iniciatyvos sukurti fizinio raštingumo modelį Lietuvoje ir jau esame iš 4 etapų įgyvendinam mokymus ikimokyklinio ir pradinio ugdymo įstaigų pedagogams ir modelio esmė iš tikrųjų yra sukurti tas gaires, tas rekomendacijas, kuriomis galėtų remtis fizinio ikimokyklinio ugdymo pedagogai ir pradinio ugdymo pedagogai ir galėtų suprasti, apie ką tas fizinis raštingumas yra ir padėtų vaikams žengti pirmuosius žingsnius būtent šioje fizinio raštingumo kelionėje. Iš tikrųjų, kam įdomu, po konferencijos galėčiau daugiau papasakoti apie šitą mūsų iniciatyvą, mūsų projektą, kuris, manau, išties galėtų būti nauja pradžia fizinio ugdymo pamokose Lietuvoje. Kalbant apie pažangą, ar ne, kadangi, kaip ir sakiau, tai yra progresavimas, yra pažanga daroma, kaip pamatyti tą pažangą, ar ne. Tai pirmiausia, vaikams reiktų suteikti laisvę patirti, laisvę mėginti dalykus, laisvę patiems pajausti dalykus, ar tai būtų kūno judesiai, ar tai būtų kažkas kito, ar ne. Tada taip pradės formuotis ir vystytis tie įgūdžiai, fizinės ypatybės ir vaikai tyrinės ir toliau tobulins savo įgūdžius, žinias ir supratimą, kol galiausiai juos įvaldys ir tas pasimatys per jų elgesį. Tai dar vieną tokį praktinį pavyzdį pusiausvyros pažangos apibūdinimą paėmiau, tai patyrimo stadijoje vaikas. Svarbu yra vaikui sudaryti tas konkrečias sąlygas, laisvas sąlygas, kurioje jisai gautų tą terpę išmėginti save, ar tai būtų vanduo, ledas, oras ar kažkokia nors kita terpė ir pajaustų skirtumą tarp tos pusiausvyros skirtingose aplinkybėse. Formuojantis vaikas turbūt jau matytume čia progresą, kad jisai geba stovėti ant vienos ar kitos kojos, ar galbūt geba permesti svorį nuo vienos ar kitos kūno dalies. O tobulėjimo stadijoje turbūt jau matytume, kad vaikas moka prisitaikyti kitose aplinkose ir pademonstruoja tą pusiausvyros įgūdį, sakykime, stovint ant vienos kojos ir laikant du objektus, kamuoliukus rankoje, ar ne, matome tokį progresą. Ir įvaldymas šio įgūdžio pasimatys tada, kai vaikas jau gebės bet kokiamis aplinkybėmis pademonstruoti ir bet kokiamis sąlygomis įvaldytą įgūdį parodyti. Ir taip pat gebės įvertinti tiek savo, tiek kitų žmonių būtent pusiausvyros įgūdį, atsiprašau. Kaip galime ugdyti tą fizinį raštingumą, tai daug ką ir paminėjau, tačiau yra reikalingi kvalifikuoti iki mokyklinio fizinio ugdymo specialistai, skliaustelius iki mokyklinio parašų, nes tai yra būtent tas amžius, kada mums reikia jau pradėti kreipti dėmesį ir jau čia pradėti tą fizinio raštingumo kelionę mūsų vaikuose. Ar ne, taip pat yra reikalinga moderni infrastruktūra ir inovatyvios priemonės, žinau, didžioji dalis mūsų pranešėjų tą jau paminėjo, tai net nesigilinčiau čia. Taip pat yra labai svarbu užtikrinti tą įtraukiančią linksmą mokymosi aplinką visose keturiose srityse. Vėlgi, joy, tas žodis labai girdimas šiandien buvo konferencijoje, tai iš tikrųjų tik norisi prisidėti, kad taip ir turėtų būti linksmas, smagu, įtraukiančios veiklos tam, kad vaikas pamiltų tą, ką daro, ir tai garantuotų tolimesnę fizinio raštingumo raidą ir fizinio aktyvumo raidą gyvenime vaiko. Ir kaip išmokti fiziškai būti aktyviais vaikus, tai žinoma, kurti tas sąlygas judėti jiems laisvai, sukurti sąlygas jiems bendrauti, socializuotis, draugauti, kurti santykius su kitais, leisti jiems pasisakyti, nevaržyti jų, nekoreguoti, ypač jauname amžiuje, leisti patirti jiems savo, atrasti galimybės, atrasti tuos fizinius ypatybus patiems. Ir žinoma, mums visiems reikia būti pavyzdžiais vaikams, nuo mūsų viskas prasideda, tai visus irgi kviečiu būti fiziškai aktyviais, nes mes esame kaip veidrodis, ne vaikams. Ir paliksiu su tokia mintim, fiziškai raštingi piliečiai, lygu visapusiškai sveika, aktyvi ir laiminga tauta.
Dėkui. Gal turite klausimų, Kasparai? Aš, pavyzdžiui, vieną turiu ten buvo,
Does anyone have questions to Kasparas?
Šitą fizinį raštingumą iki mokyklinėje stadijoje. Tėvų vaidmuo šičia.
What is the role of parents in physical literacy? Can parents engage? The Olympic Committee have initiated many projects. Parents can engage in those projects. We have prepared certain recommendations and guidelines. We will be happy to share the guidelines with them because there is always room for improvement. So yes, parents are welcome and they can engage in development of physical training, literacy. Thank you, Kasparas. No more questions? Well, still one more. I found it strange to hear the example of those two girls. Do you think that two girls that have never skied should be taken to Italy? It sounds strange to me, by the way. My question was whether it was wise to take two girls who have never skied to the Italian Malves. Well, that was just an example.
Išsiaiškinom šitą klausimą.
Well, it seems that we already have the answer to the question. If there are no more questions,
ką turėjo galvoje kalbėtojas nebėra,
if there are no remarks, then we may consider that we are over with the second part of the conference, and then this means that we can move on to the discussion part, which starts a few minutes earlier than was envisaged.
Joje dalyvauja virtualius lektorius, kuris sėdi šalia manęs. Tai po to kilstelkit rankas diskusijos dalyviai, kad aš žinočiau, kur jūs esate, kodėl Linas Apsarskas, taip prašo, po to Valdas Benkunskas, jis turi 4 valandą būti, tai dar 2 minutės turi, kad nepavėluotų. O, kaip tik. Tai yra tiesiog stebėtinas punktualumas, įeiti būtent tuo metu, kai visi laukia. Taip, toliau profesorius Rimantas Kėvalas, taip, ir profesorė Vilima Čingienė. Taip, visi diskusijos dalyviai yra ir aš pradėsiu nuo vieno klausimo, kurį jums duosiu visiems, norėdamas išgirsti jūsų tokią bendrą nuomonę. Tik tai prieš tai pateiksiu vieną savo pastebėjimą apie tai, ką mes kalbėjomės ir klausėmės Norvegijos nuostabių pavyzdžių. Man būtų vienas iš įdomiausių Norvegijos pavyzdžių. Tikrai nesakau, kad jį galima transplantuoti, imituoti organus, bet tai yra rašytojas, kurio daug kas žmogus, kuris pradėjo kaip futbolininkas, nusitraukė raiščius žaisdamas FK Molde, po to jis tapo sėkmingu žurnalistu, tapo sėkmingu rašytoju, grojo roko grupėje, taip mes kalbėdame apie sportą, kurio turime kalbėti, kad sportas yra tik tai vienas iš įvairių harmoningos asmenybės ugdymo aspektų ir kad geriausia, kai viskas eina kartu, kai žmogus tenisą žaidžia ir gali nutapyti nesudėtingą eskizą ir panašius dalykus. Ir jie, kurie yra visi tarpusavy susiję, dėl to, ką mes šnekame sporto, dažnai kalbame apie sporto ugdymą, visuomet turime čia kažkur smegenų kampelėje galvoti, kad tas pats pritaikoma ir tas pats tinkama ir tėvų savanoriavimas ir šitų dalykais tinka ir kitose vaiko ugdymo srityse. Žodžiu, suteikti jam galimybę pažinti daugybę įdomių naujų dalykų, ne tik tai sporte, tačiau ir kitose saviraiškos srityse. Taigi, dabar klausimas. Mes neturime 90% vaikų, kurie sportuoja. Mūsų skaičiai yra daug didesni, mes šnekame apie 30%, dar klausimas, kaip skiriasi Vilniaus skaičiai nuo regiono skaičių. Ir visuomet, norint tokiais atvejais kažką išjudinti, norisi užduoti klasikinį grėsmingą klausimą, o kas kaltas. Aš šitą suformuosiu ne taip. Aš suformuosiu truputį kitaip. O kur vis dėlto esminė yra kliuvinių grupė? Jos gali būti įvairios. Gali būti tam tikros civilizacijos, kad mes esame tam tikrame raidos etape, kuris objektyviai yra šiek tiek atsilikęs nuo skandinaviško ir mūsų netinka. Gali būti reguliacija, mūsų netinkami tam tikrai įstatymai. Gali būti
be related to legislation. We may need a different regulation. It may be an obstacle of attitude or an economic obstacle. According to your opinion, what would be the main obstacle that could be eliminated in the most rapid way? So, I would like to begin from the opinion of Virgilijus. Well, it's quite complicated to jump in and answer this question right away. I think that this is a problem. This problem is related to the entire period of history. We were part of the former Soviet Union, and I started my career in sports in that area. I attended a specialized school of sports. It brought me up as a sportsman, and then I continued this career. I'd say that when the independence of Lithuania was re-established, the understanding about sports remained Soviet-like, because we wanted to achieve results, and we haven't concentrated on including all children. The understanding of sports meant high-level sports, winning medals and specialization. And whenever we had those medals, everybody thought that everything was fine with sports in Lithuania. However, now, when we have conclusions that about 50% of young people in Lithuania are considered to be unfit for military service, it makes us think that we have made certain mistakes. We have heard about Nordic good practice, where the focus is on children and young people, where they want to encourage children as well as their parents and families and the elderly people to be part of club activities. In Lithuania, we still have sports schools that are under the municipalities. I'd say that Norway doesn't have schools like this. Their activities are established on a completely different background. We have to draw conclusions. In order to achieve 93% of people involved in sports, we have to do a lot. We have to change the system. It's hard to say what exactly can be changed or should be changed. Probably at the end of the discussion, we should be able to define a goal. Indeed, we are trying to figure out what can be done. What are the areas that are part of the problem? And what should we do in order to achieve progress? And probably Norway is thinking about a problem of 7% of children who do not play sports. And now I would like to address to the Minister, Vice Minister for Education, Science and Sports. Do we need a completely new model, or shall we just improve the old model? To your opinion? Indeed, thank you for the question. We have inherited the old system. We have this legacy of old way of management sports and old facilities. Earlier, we had the physical activity model based on forcing children to do that. And we try to develop the values by forcing children. We do not see the benefit of it. It does not provide a long-term benefit. The legacy is sad. The infrastructure is lacking in Lithuania. We have to have values. Young people should want to be part of sports team. The infrastructure is the second problem, and the inclusion of the large society is the third problem. We have the complicated system of qualifications of sports specialists. It is not flexible, and it does not encourage people to be included into the sports system. We need to have the intermediary goals. We see the ideal. It seems it should be easier to go to Mars than to achieve 97% of children involved in sports. Well, each state has values and systems that have been inherited. In Lithuania, basketball is very popular. I've seen the club system being developed, the beginning of it. In rugby, for example, when parents and sports people teach each other and are involved in community activities. So we have the beginning. This model is only the beginning, is making the first steps. We have to understand where we are.
sporto mokyklomis, su sporto
We
centrais.
have to
Čia
take
turbūt
decisions regarding municipality sport
kurie
schools.
puikiai žino šitą ir mes
We do
esame
have
jau,
representatives
tuos
from
uždavinius
municipalities.
jiems iškėlę, jie irgi žino, ko
They
norim.
know
Ir
our
turim tą
goals.
sukurti vieningą sistemą,
And
modelį,
we
po
have
truputį
to
žingsnis po
establish
žingsnio siekti.
one
O
system
be
and a
abejo,
model and
aišku, vėlgi
do our
aukštas
best to achieve
meistriškumas,
it
kur
step
ten
by step.
dabar, norime visą laiką būti lyderiais, be abejo.
Of course, we want to be leaders, we want to achieve mastery,
motivacijos sistemos didelio priaugančio
but without having the background, the basis,
galbūt šalis, Skandinavijos
it would be
šalis,
hard to
turi galingą
achieve.
klubinę sistemą, tai turim iš ko
The
mokytis.
Nordic
Tai
countries
manom, kad
have
va
a
tą
very
sutvarkius,
powerful system of
pagrindus,
clubs.
ir
We
čia tikrai
have to
matome
learn
didelį
from
vaidmenį
these
ir
countries.
Olimpinio komiteto, kurie vykdo švietimo programas.
The Olympic
ir ugdo
Committee
kaip
is
tik va tą
also
kategoriją, ikimokyklinukus.
carrying out
Tai
education
sutvarkę šitą
programs
piramidės pagrindą,
for preschoolers.
ir metodiškai sudėliodami tiek infrastruktūros, tiek įvairius kitus dalykus.
We
Aš apie juos
have
labai
to
tikrai galėčiau
consider
ilgai
the
kalbėti, bet,
facilities.
visas kompleksas,
I could go on with
veiksmų
that.
numatę, manau, ateityje galėsim pasiekti tų rezultatų.
We have to
O
indicate
apie tuos
the actions that we want to
93, na,
engage it,
pasakykim,
and I
kažkokį
believe
tikslą
we will
galim
achieve the
turėti.
results in the future.
Dabar
As for the
turbūt žingsnis po žingsnio
97%,
sudėksim rodiklius, seksim,
now
ir sieksim. Ir be
we
abejonės
will
šiandien
establish the indicators and we will do our best to achieve them.
Šalių patyrimų, geriausių
Of
mūsų
course, we need to know about
sporto
the best
specialistų, sporto
examples,
organizacijų.
best
Tai čia
experience,
didelis,
and our sports organizations have to get involved.
Veiksmas
It's a
ir tokio
complex
vienareikšmio sakymo,
step,
kad tą padarysim, tas išsispręs tikrai nėra. Tai
I
čia
do
yra
not
visas
have
ir
one
infrastruktūra, ir
solution
specialistų
for all
parengimas,
problems.
Ir perėjimas, migracija į tą
We
vakarietišką
have to
klubinę
train
sistemą, žingsnis po
our
žingsnio, bet kito
specialists,
kelio turbūt
we
neturi.
have to transform our system into the system of clubs.
Tačiau dalyvauti galite tikrai visi, kelkite ranką.
All of
ir
you
aš
are
tikrai
welcome to
duosiu jums
participate in the
galimybę.
discussion.
Bet tie, kurie
Please raise
nesėdi
your
prie stalo
hand.
prie mikrofonų, čia yra vat, mikrofonas, tai tiesiog pakelkite ranką ir prie jūsų prieis, jeigu
Here's
sėdite
the
antrose eilėse ir
microphone.
galėsite
Please
užduoti
raise your
klausimą, kas
hand.
matau, Donatas nori
We will
sureaguoti.
come
ne?
to you and you will be able
šiokia
to
tokia
express your
apeliacija.
opinion.
Tai modelis
Donatas.
yra iš tiesų.
We do
kaip
have the
daryti.
model,
Prieš
how
keturis
to
metus
do
vyko
it.
konferencija.
4 years ago,
Buvo
we had
atvykę
a
svečiai iš
conference.
Islandijos,
We have
kurie padarė
guest
revoliuciją šiuo
speakers
klausimu.
from Iceland
Tiek sporto,
who achieved a breakthrough
tiek
in this
vaikų užimtumo.
area in terms of
Tai
sports
modelis yra.
and
Jie sugebėjo nuo 98
the
metų iki
children's
2014
education
berods metų sumažinti
between
išgeriančių rūkančių
1998
vaikų skaičių
and
nuo 45% iki 5 ir mažiau.
2014, they
Skaičiai
managed
įspūdingi labai. Jie
to
tai padarė
reduce the
staigiai.
numbers of
Vadinasi, modelis
people
veikia
of
ir yra
addictions
pavyzdys.
from 45% to
Skandinavijos
5%.
šalis kitų kelių ėjo. Jos ilgą laiką,
The Nordic
ilgalaikis buvo
countries
vertybinis
have
požiūris.
chosen a
Islandai
different
parodė,
path.
kad galima tai
They had a
staigiai padaryti. Mes
long-term
turėjom konferenciją.
value
Labai nedaug kas pasikeitė nuo to laiko.
based
Jo
attitude.
pliusas yra mokyklose stadionai renovuojami pagaliau Vilniuje.
Finally, in Vilnius, we have stadiums being
O
renovated
pagrindinė
in
problema, mano
schools.
bent jau supratimu, tai požiūris, kol
In
mes
my
visi kartu
opinion, the main
nenorėsime
problem is
pakeisti
related to
požiūrio,
attitude. We
bendrai
have
susitarti.
to want all
Yra
of us
nustatytos trys
together
priemonės,
to change
ką
this.
Islandai vardino.
The
Tai yra,
Icelandic
pirma, tai
people
moksliniai
mentioned
tyrimai,
three
kuriais
things.
remiantis būtų matuojama
First,
pažanga ir
scientific
pasikeitimai.
research to
Tai
measure
yra politikų
progress,
dalyvavimas, kadangi jie
including
skirsto lėšas, investuoja
politicians
pinigus
who
infrastruktūrą.
distribute the
Ir tai yra
funding
įvairūs klubai,
and
organizacijos, kurios
and
prisideda prie
clubs
vaikų ūkdymo, ištraukia
and
vaikus į sportą.
organizations
Pridėkime
that contribute to sports
reklamą viso šito
education.
dalyko, informavimą,
If
tėvų
we
įtraukimą ir
add
mes turėsime pilną modelį.
information
Taip, jeigu
campaign
mes norėtume,
and,
mes tai padarytume. Kol kas mes
awareness
nenorime.
raising, we would have the
Tai
complete
pats
picture.
požiūris.
I think that at the moment we do not want it. Well, I'd say we want it, but we want it to happen just like that.
Infrastruktūra yra būtina tokio sėkmingo
You have talked about
modelio komponentas. Ir aš prisimenu, kažkada buvo diskusija dėl mūsų stadiono,
It is one of the components of
stadiono iš
success.
didžiosios S raidės. Stadiono stadioną ir kad buvo pasakyta, kad tai kai atvažiuos pas mus Čelsis,
we have talked about the national stadium, about the construction of the national stadium, and the discussions were going on. Basically, it should be based on the principle you have to build a church and then people will start coming.
Tikslą, kuris, man atrodo, šios kadencijos pradžioje, bei Vilniuje buvo užtvirtinta 10 pilnaverčių stadionų parašyta.
The goal was to build 10,000 stadiums, but I think we will achieve only the construction of 2 stadiums. What do we need to achieve this?
Autostrada ir kelias į Sočį, kuris paskaičiavo jo vertę į Sočio olimpiadą ir pasirodo, jis buvo brangiau kainavo, negu jis būtų buvęs išklotas juodaisiais stiklais.
We do not want something that is very expensive.
Tai aš gal prieisiu prie jūsų klausimo, bet reaguojant į tai, kas buvo pasakyta prieš tai, aišku, Vilniaus atvejis,
reaction to what has been said,
skirtinga ir nebūtinai taikoma visai
of course, the situation in Vilnius is different from that of the rural areas.
Bet man atrodo, kiek mes dirbame savivaldybėje su sporto sritimi ir
in Vilnius city municipality,
savo politiką ir savo kryptį ir atsakant
as much as we have worked on it and made plans, we can say that last year we had only one medal at the Olympics.
Problema, kad 30 metų tokios tikros sporto politikos.
The problem is that we haven't had any revolution of the sports systems in Lithuania. We have inherited the old system and basically we have been involved in the distribution of funds. We were taking the funds away from certain organizations and then giving them to other organizations. Here we have heard about examples about training boys and girls from the age when they start walking. The municipalities are in charge of informal education of children. But what we do, we cooperate with sports federations on how to engage high-level sports people to find a place to engage in sports. When municipality does not have any funding for children, we have to see all the problems. Now the funding will be given to federations and the federations will distribute them or they will simply use them for their own purposes. Coming back to Vilnius experience, we have the function defined for us, and that is the development of mass activities. We are engaged in creative activities. We have 3 sports schools in Vilnius, besides basketball, and we are in cooperation with private sector. In football, we have more than 20 private clubs. However, there are certain types of sports which have no schools. The municipality supports the certain sports schools, and if municipality wouldn't support them, we had no schools. It's easy to destroy what we have and to transpose the Icelandic model, but I'm afraid it may be hard to achieve success. We should move towards it. However, certain things have to be finalized. We will not
Tai
achieve
mes
any
turime tą sistemą,
results
kad mes iš tikrųjų
only
siekime
by
kuo daugiau vaikų
reshuffling the
pritraukti
money.
Vilniaus mieste sportuoti, tam turim didelę
In
pasiūlą
order to
įvairių sporto
attract
būrelių tiek savivaldybės
children
finansuojamose
to
mokyklose,
engage
tiek
in
privačiose.
sports, we
Mes
have to have a
didelį dėmesį šitoje
variety
kadencijoje skirime sporto
of
infrastruktūrai ir
activities
čia
on
irgi
offer.
yra bėda, nes iš esmės pagal dabartinį modelį savivaldybės yra paliktos
Based on the
vienos
current model,
ir valstybės pagalba
municipalities
yra
are
minimali,
free to
na, tai,
decide
aišku, neliečia nacionalinio
on
stadiono ir
that.
ten tų stadionų, kas
The
aplink yra
public
įtraukta, bet iš
support,
esmės
financial support is
jokių
minimal.
programų kol kas nėra, kad būtų galim pasinaudoti
We
su
do not
valstybės parama.
have
Tai Vilnius šiuo
any
atveju dar
programs
finansiškai
to
yra pajėgi savivaldybė,
attract
gauna didelės
public
biudžeto
funding.
surinkimus iš gyventojų pajamų mokesčių ir mes turim galimybę
Municipalities have their funds and 30 million can be channeled to the development of infrastructure. I have talked to mayors of different regions and they talked about the need for stadiums. However, they involved high financial challenges.
Paskutinius 25 metus po nepriklausomybės atgavimo sporto infrastruktūrą naikino. Iš esmės stadionai,
destroying the sports facilities and we're building offices instead of them. We have lost a lot of opportunities. In Vilnius, we need 8 water pools in order to meet the needs. We have the program for children swimming, but in order to promote the habit of playing sports, we badly need infrastructure. In summer it is easier, however, in winter everybody has a problem of fitting in schools' sports halls. Then there is an issue of land. Municipalities have no power on deciding on land use, and these projects take time to develop. When we came in 2019, our goal was to build a stadium for light athletics. And we found a land plot for that, and the National Land Service worked on approving it, and it took a long time for this to be done. So far, municipalities are all alone. They need support in order to achieve breakthrough. A few years ago, we had a law on municipal assets, allowing the renting of land for a private investor for it to do renovations, engage in commercial activities, and also serve the public interest. However, the Parliament changed this law, added the provision of 10-year ceiling, and private investment was discouraged. We have addressed to the Seimas, and we are pointing out the problems in order to achieve the breakthrough regarding facilities. Each municipality considers the importance of private sector. We have to empower this cooperation for the private sector to get involved and do the work. This is one thing. Secondly, in reference to types of sports, we used to have a list of priority sports, and it's related to political things. Are we going to focus on certain sports activities? The system has been inherited from the former Soviet Union.
aukščiausiuose čempionatuose. Tai čia matyti irgi reikia padirbėti ir įsigryninti,
We have to
kas yra
work on
mums
this,
svarbu,
and we
kam
have to
skirti
decide
finansavimą didesnį, kam skirti
what
finansavimą
is important to
infrastruktūrai
us,
statyti. Ir čia yra jau nacionalinės politikos klausimas.
what are the
Savivalda, aišku,
priorities,
eis iš paskos tą
and
ir
this is
įgyvendins.
related to
Tai
political
mano- tai
decisions,
čia
and
kalbant
then
apie
municipalities will
infrastruktūrą.
follow these
Pabaigiant, tai
decisions.
noriu pasakyti, kad iš tikrųjų tas savivaldybei numestas arba priskirtas masiškumo ir užimtumo klausimas, jisai nėra atskiriamas nuo
Have a goal
nes nei
to
vienas
achieve
profesionalas
mass activities.
neužaugo iš kažkur. Tai
However,
yra gal keli krepšininkai,
it is
kur
hard
kiemo
for
lygai
them to
pažaidė,
do
po to
that.
Praėjo ir ten Šiškauskas, žinau, tokią mokyklą praėjęs, bet tai yra vienetai. Vis tiek tai yra iš tos
But
masės
only
išsiskiria
a few
talentai, su
people
kuriais reikia
who are
augti,
very
su kuriais reikia
talented
skirti didesnį
manage
finansavimą. Ir vėl čia
to
mes
go
turim
to the
savo-
highest level.
savo požiūrį,
However,
kad
we
tas
have
krepšelis, kuris
to
dabar yra
educate
skiriamas
all
masiškumui,
children.
su juo gal yra viskas gerai,
We have
bet turi
this
atsirasti,
basket for mass
antras
activities,
krepšelis, kuris turi dirbti
but
su
we need to have
profesionaliai
the second
potencialiais vaikais.
basket
Ir čia tų 15
for
eurų per mėnesį niekaip neužteks.
children
Nei
who
trenerių,
have
nei
the
infrastruktūrai,
potential
nei
for
laiko.
professional
Tai dabar
activities.
savivaldybės vėlgi vienos ten kažkaip kapstos, treneriai
Now-
kartais ir paslapčia nuo savo steigėjų dirba su tais
Municipalities are
vaikais,
doing
bet
their
matyt, ilgai
best,
nevažiuosim, o sportiniai
and
rezultatai
sometimes
prastėja
coaches
jau
work with their
dabar. Tai
trainees
savivaldybė, nors ir
on their
būdama
own
atsakinga
behalf.
už masiškumą, tikrai
Now
pergyvena
municipalities
ir
are
skauda, kai
responsible for
prastėja
mass
rezultatai
activities,
profesionaliam lygmenyje. Tai
and
mano
they are not
kvietimas
happy
sporto politiką
in
formuojantiem
seeing the
politikams,
results and
esantiems
high-level
vyriausybėj ir
sports
Seime,
activities to worsen.
girdėti daugiau savivaldą, girdėti Vilniaus miestą.
I'd
kuris
encourage
yra
you
vaikų
to
skaičiumi didžiausias
listen
ir
to
tą
municipalities
patirtį
and
panaudoti,
especially to
kuriant
Vilnius
jau šiuo atveju ne
municipality.
finansavimo pertvarką, bet rimtą sporto politikos pertvarką.
And to understand the need of changing the policy on sports.
Vaikų skaičių. Mes nešnekame apie tai, kaip padidinti čempionų skaičių.
We are not talking
Tai
about
čempionų skaičius,
the
vėlgi, aš manau,
increasing
yra
the
tik
number
iš
of
tos klausimas,
champions.
bus
We are
daug
talking
sportuojančių
about
vaikų, bus daug
increasing
sportuojančių
the
žmonių.
number of
Atsiras ir
people
tarpe ir
playing
talentų, kuriuos
sports.
galima pastebėti.
Of
Ir
course,
beje,
we will
šiais metais,
see talents
LKL snaiperio-
among all
snaiperių
the
konkurse
children.
Faktiškai varžėsi ir žmogus, kuris atėjęs buvo iš kiemo komandos. Ir labai gerai atrodė.
And this year we have a sniper competition, and one person was from the yard team.
Thank you, Paulius Baltokas, advisor to the President of the Republic of Lithuania on sports affairs. I guess your example was very good. Well, the topic of the conference is not about the sports of children, but about engaging.
But because of the children's sports itself and the pure joy it brings. Ir man atrodo, čia yra esminis momentas, kad mes
And this is the major thing. When we talk about children's sport, we still continue talking about the Olympic medals. It is a good idea, but if we want to have the program of children's sport, we must have the program for children's sport rather than the program for children Olympics. If we open the sporting development program of the Republic of Lithuania, or the law, we would see that there is very few things that talk about children's sports. During this conference, we heard a lot of talking about the volunteering. I think that it is a very good idea, but I don't think that this will happen overnight in Lithuania, because it's a cultural thing in Nordic societies to volunteer. If we want to speak about children's sports, we have to include the concept of children's sports in our law. So we have to start from something. We also have funds aimed at improving physical activity. If we want to improve children's engagement in sports, we have to establish a dedicated fund for that.
Yra neindeksuotas tuo, neprisimenu, nuo 9 ar 10 metų, kada jis atsirado. Taip ir likęs 15 eurų. Tai jeigu norime atliepti infrastruktūrinės kokybės gerinimą, jeigu norime
improve the infrastructure, if we want to provide chances for everyone to engage in sports, we have to ensure the necessary funding. So, to conclude, children's sport is sports for children. If we want to have the system for children, we have to provide that in the law, and we have to increase funding for non-formal education. We have to improve the funding, we have to improve it little by little, step by step. Maybe we need a special system for that, but it has to be a special dedicated fund for children's sports. Thank you. We still have some time, at least half an hour for our discussion. Before we move to another question, I'd like to give the floor to Donatas.
Padalinio asociacijos vadovas Gintaras Jasiūnas, tuo pačiu mes esam sutarę dalyvauti kartu ir su Lietuvos savivaldybės asociacija Mindaugu Sinkevičium, tai atstovauja praktiškai dvi asociacijas.
I represent municipal associations. I am very happy that I was participating in the conference from the very beginning, and I saw and I have a reflection to make, to provoke maybe a debate later on. I asked one speaker how many physical training classes there are in Norway, and I heard the answer that it is one, while in Lithuania we have 3 physical training classes which are compulsory a week.
Dabar norėčiau pasakyti apie skaičius.
I'll move on to figures now. I have a telephone. I wrote to my colleague in the ministry and I asked how much it is allocated. So in Lithuania we have over 300,000 children, pupils.
Dar nebūtų galima pagalvoti, kad variantą tokį, kad būtent ta trečioji privaloma pamoka, kuri labai reikalinga vaikui, atsirastų būtent kaip finansavimas fizinio aktyvumo klubams ir sporto klubams, sporto mokykloms ir taip toliau. Tada atsirastų
instead of having 2 classes of physical training, we could fund extracurriculum activities for children. This will contribute to the funds for let's say, increasing physical activity. If we had a model, a proper model, we would be able to increase the participation of children in grassroots sports. In some municipalities, we have tried to do something with this third class of physical training, because it's not only about the number of classes of physical training that we have. In order to have that number of classes, we have to improve infrastructure. So in several municipalities, we try to bring children to sporting centers that are empty now. For example, to football pitches, to various sporting facilities which are empty in the morning hours. So we would take children to those special sporting facilities. And we noticed that children were very happy about that, because they felt like sportsmen, they had an opportunity to talk to each other. But that cost a lot, because it cost 50 euros per child per year. So we should think about infrastructure. We should think whether we should build new facilities for our schools, or we should give the instruments for sports clubs. We provide funding for them so that they could accept our children in early hours. Well, as our Nordic colleague said, the trip should not last longer than the sporting activity itself. I can give you an example of one Šiauliai gymnasium. The school is very big and the sporting hall school is on the 4th floor of the building. So children are taken to the sports club that is 4 kilometers away from the school, and it takes only 8 minutes for the children to get to that sports club, and children are very happy. Well, it takes time because I am sure that children are happy because it will take time before they get undressed and get ready for the class. I have some personal experience with some recommendations with the Norwegian Olympic Committee. We try to transpose some of the rules into our own guidelines. So many of the principles that have been included in our guidelines are in line with those that have been provided by the Norwegian Olympic Committee. When it comes to extracurriculum activities and providing funding for various sports clubs so that they could allow children, I believe that this idea is very good, and I believe that engaging children will reduce various social risks in our society. So if we have both classes and in addition various extracurriculum activities, we will contribute to their better health. There is yet another thing. We have to increase access of sporting facilities to children. It has already been mentioned that the prices for sporting activities have increased. Some sports clubs have increased membership fees by 20%. Thanks to the efforts of some municipalities, we have managed to reduce the fee for the parents, but in fact the prices are increasing. And currently our club and Vilnius municipality already talk about the increasing inflation, and we know that the prices will rise once again. We have heard from examples from Denmark, Iceland, Norway, that they provide sporting fields for free. So if businesses had, let's say, football pitches in their disposal, they would still have to maintain those fields, and they will have to increase the costs for parents. So we have to ensure that this is paid by the government, because businesses will have to cover their costs.
Norėčiau pareplikuoti.
I'd like to
inžinerijos licėjaus fizinio ugdymo mokytoja.
I am a physical training teacher from the Vilnius Technical Gymnasium. The topic of this conference is very relevant to me, both as a person, as an individual, and as a teacher. I have been volunteering for many years now as a mother of, and I would like to respond to the fact that we have 3 physical training classes at school. Being a teacher, and I am told by the parents, by the happy parents, who say that children do need this 3rd physical training class.
2 pamokas veskite sporto salėse, mes jas turime 2. O 3 skirkite sveikatingumui.
We are told by our leaders that 2 classes of physical training can be done in school facilities, while the 3rd physical training class could be allocated for increasing the health of children. And that is, teachers can decide what children could do during this 3rd class. Hello, I'm Professor Arūnas Emelianovas. First and foremost, let me thank you for a very interesting conference. The greatest value of that is that all the participating people in this conference are aware of the benefits of children's sports and the relation of children's sports with the health of children. According to the World Health Organization, 1/4 of Lithuanian children are engaged in physical activity, which means that we do have to increase the numbers. And I do not intend to speak about the elite sports. The most important thing is to ensure that there is education in its most broadest sense, starting with kindergartens, primary schools, secondary schools. We do have certain guidelines in place, but what we lack is the various legal regulation for teachers. If we have good education at schools, we will educate future parents, because this will create a kind of a circle from one generation into another generation. I'd like to support the ideas expressed by the advisor to the president. I am a group member of the Active Kids Toolkit, and I have to tell you that Lithuanian legal framework does not talk about children's physical activity. The legal regulation either does not touch upon or touches upon the physical activity of children very little. I would also like to support the ideas expressed by the teacher and to respond to the three previous speakers when it comes to the reduction of physical classes at school. We should not speak about 2 classes of physical training at schools. We should speak about increasing the number of physical classes. Our neighbors have 4 physical training classes. Hungarians have 5 physical training classes a week. So Hungary is the only country where children's obesity is not increasing, while in Lithuania, children's obesity, like in many other countries, is increasing. We do have many challenges related to both infrastructure and reskilling of teachers, but I believe that this is a technical thing which can be addressed. But to conclude, I'd like to emphasize.
It would be very nice to have the legislation adopted based on scientific recommendations or recommendations of scientist groups. We have listened to presentations today, and the Nordic countries do not adopt laws without consulting with science beforehand. Thank you, Mr. Emilianovas. Wherever we look, we see problems. Well, everything, all the problems are based on education. Nothing will be achieved without education. We have talked about the accessibility to sporting facilities. It is easier to do that in Vilnius. However, it is harder to do that in rural areas. Do we have a management problem and a problem to channel the money to where the renovations are needed? Now my question goes to Emilia.
Jūsų greitakalbė mane veda iš pusiausvyros.
Well, it is hard for me to participate because you speak very fast. When we started this panel discussion, I prepared my answer to the question that you had formulated. Now you have formulated another question. Well, I'm going to react to certain things, and I will omit the rest.
Tai iš tikrųjų koncentruojantis į konferencijos pavadinimą, būtį ir turinį, kad mes išeitumėm iš tos konferencijos ne į kažkokį tai, beformę kokią tai substanciją, bet galbūt bent preliminariai žinodami, ką, kaip ir dėl ko mes turėtumėm keisti, ar bent jau turėti tam tikrą viltį. Tai iš tikrųjų, žinot, nuo 90 metų, kada Danai ir
As of 1995, when Danish and Norwegians supported the transformation of Lithuanian sports system, this has been done from 1995. And now we kind of speak, why don't we try again? And these attempts are very inspiring to me. Well, thank you for the organizers for having me in this conference.
Kaip capacity building ar kaip knowledge transfer, paprastai vyksta organizacijos
knowledge transfer or capacity building, this is being carried out on the level of knowledge. Today we have talked a lot about football.
Bet mes perėjome į tos patirties perdavimą visos sporto sistemos.
Now we are talking about the entire system of sports on the level of state and on the level of municipalities. And I have an impression that we want to address all the problems inspired by one example of a good football club. Now we are in transformation. We were focused on specialized sports education, and now we are on the way of transforming our system into the grassroots training. Well, maybe we'll manage to reach good decisions. We have a sports program for 2020-2030. We have the criteria, we have the indicators. All what we need now is to have action plans on how this will be implemented. We have generated good ideas now. And hopefully they will be the background for the measures to be foreseen in order to reach progress.
Kiek vaikus mes turime motyvuoti tėvų pavyzdžių,
we have to motivate children.
Kiek mes turime sportų pristatyti
parents as role models, peers as role models.
Kiek tai veikia trenerio ar mokytojo autoritetas ir jo
by the authority of coach or teacher, and we have the elite sports people as models.
Dabar aišku pati tema, kad, žodžiu, vaikų ir tėvų buvimas kartu ir tas ugdymo procesas, tai
related to education process and having children and parents together. In 2016, Madam Lisinskienė defended a doctoral thesis on that matter,
fantastinės rekomendacijos, fantastinės patirtis,
which includes excellent recommendations.
Manau, savanorystė arba ta priklausomybė tai grupiai.
The problem is the belonging factor and volunteership. In 2021, we have a study performed by Sprinter
tik 4%
and among children of the age from 15 to 18 years old, over 82% did not attribute themselves to any group with which they were exercising or doing any other activities, and 93% of young people did not said that they did not participate in any sports-related activities. Well, these are facts. This is the reality.
Sporto plėtros įgyvendinimo programoje, nes programa aiški ir kriterijai tikrai aiškus.
We will come to proper solutions because we have this program. You have taken on a huge initiative, and we have listened to excellent experience from Nordic countries. This experience have to be transformed.
Tai jūs savo dabar užsidėjote kabutėse kuprą, bet gerąją prasme.
Now you have a task to transform this experience in your clubs in Lithuania, and you have to be those who carry that light.
Tiek trumpai.
Well,
thank you.
Thank you very much, and I do apologize for my fast speaking. As far as I see, there is a question out there. Well, that's not a question. That's a reaction to the debate. I'm Artūras Gimžauskas. I'm a practitioner. In 2013, together with Utena town municipality, we established football club Utenis. As Virgilijus Alekna has mentioned, I have been in sports. I myself, as I was listening, I was very angry, and I'll tell you why. I was a sports journalist, having completed my sports career. And from that period on, various institutions only discuss rather than do the job. And there is much truth in the discussion. Every representative of the institution told much truth today about the basis, about the facilities that we have, but the problem is that we do not do anything having discussed. But I was not only a journalist, as I have said, I was a sportsman, and I understood that writing is much easier than doing the thing. I wanted to do something good for my native town. I will tell you very briefly what I have done. In 2014, I went to Aurelijus Skarbalius because Aurelijus and I went to another country. I wanted to see another approach. I see there are a lot of colleagues from municipalities. I wanted to see something new rather than we used to have from the Soviet Union. So I wanted a change in the mindset. We've been independent for 30 years now. If you look for opportunities to make changes, it is a good idea. But if we only discuss, we will wait for another 30 years and nothing will change. What I believe is lacking is various concrete, practical initiatives. Aurelijus was the person who came to Utena and who told me that we needed several important things. We needed coaches and we needed the training facilities and the funding. Do we have this in Lithuania? I believe that our infrastructure when it comes to sports is average. I think that the biggest problem is the competence of coaches. I have graduated as a coach myself, but I have not worked a minute as a coach because I have not worked as a coach and as a physical training teacher because of the salary that was offered to me. I wanted to travel. I wanted to have something more than this little money. So I believe that being a journalist, I could change something. So Aurelijus and me were trying to adapt this Scandinavian model to Utena. In 2015, we prepared a program which I thought was the foundation for the changes and the road forward. So we had an institution with 70 children and 3 coaches. Later, we worked further, and from 2015, we have joined our efforts with the municipality. We pledged for the funds, for the European funds. We now have many children who previously belonged to our clubs and who are now students at universities. We have enabled over 800 children. So it's not the program that is of key importance. Physical activity of children is what matters most. I came from Ireland today. I saw my friends, their child will soon become 18 years of age. And 3 of the children have been engaged in sports for many years. They changed their types of sports. They either played football, basketball, or curling. But this family lives in a town that has 2 stadiums, has running tracks, golf clubs, 2 tennis courts. And believe me, on Fridays, all those sporting facilities are brimming with life. So to conclude, I'm kindly asking all the institutions to set the objective, because I believe that our objective is to engage our children in sports. I am very happy about the physical literacy that one of the keynote speakers talked. The more literate we are in sports, in finance, in any other field, the better we perform. But first and foremost, we should set a target for ourselves. Let's say to engage 80 children. And I am very sad to hear that the Ministry of Sports is setting its target of 100 sportsmen to participate in Olympic Games. I believe that all the institutions have to agree on one particular figure, be it 60, 70 or 80 children of school age. So what we need is the objective that we have to set. Well, when okay, so you mentioned that this was not children, but 70 or 80%. I still remember the first question that I gave during at the beginning of the conference. And as we are almost concluding our conference, I want to come back to the same question. And I have this question for Professor Rimantas Kėvalas, who is the head of the Children's Hospital in Kaunas. What is the major hurdle, obstacle that we can easily eliminate in order to ensure that children engage in sports. I believe that the biggest problem is in our heads. I'll give you one example. At the beginning of Lithuania's independence, infant mortality was very huge due to the poor quality of Soviet medicine. Politicians were well aware of that fact, so they have taken the Swiss model. So we had Swiss politicians and Lithuanian politicians at a table. I don't remember the names. I don't remember who was in government at that time. So first they set the target, and the first target was to reduce the number of infant mortality and the steps that have to be taken to achieve that target. I was very active in that program, and we had to decide on the centers, which hospitals will participate, which hospitals will be the key ones, and so on. Now, we have another problem, that is low physical activity, and the figure is, well, to tell the truth, is really tragical. Well, the World Health Organization has decided to increase children's physical activity by 15%, so I am not willing to talk about children's sports or professional sports, because to my opinion, professional sport does not contribute to health, well, except for the case of Virgilijus Alekna, the discus thrower. We have to think on the steps how to increase physical activity. Well, I have not participated in the first part of the conference, but it seems to me that we already have the answers. We don't have to invent the wheel. In Hetman, American Nobel Prize winner, calculated the return on education. It's from $1 to $8. The earlier you put the money on children's activity, the earlier it pays off. So people in Lithuanian politics have to understand that investment in physical activity is good investment. Therefore, instead of investing in the addiction prevention, obesity treatment, diabetes treatment, or some other things, we should be investing into physical activity that gives, that yields fantastic results. From my personal experience, I can tell you that I used to play football in Kaunas when I was a child. Unfortunately, due to some health problems, I was not allowed to play football any longer. But later on, my physical activity, not sports, but physical activity started rather later, when I was in my late 30s. And since my work is very emotionally difficult, I can say that physical activity helped me to become what I am today. Well, we say that men are young until the age of 60, so I am a mature man now, and I feel very well, and I'm very happy to feel that well, which means that we have to invest to bring up a healthy generation. That is my brief answer, and I still have one more example. Some 22 years ago, as I was working in Australia, in Melbourne, one 7-year-old girl drowned. The current Prime Minister of Australia said that all the Australian children had to be taught to swim. And then they started this swimming program. My children were of school age at that time, and they were engaged in swimming classes. Well, of course, they do have many swimming pools. Many of the swimming pools are open-air swimming pools. So I believe that we know what to do. Now, we know that our situation in Lithuania is tragic, but we simply have to know what institutions have to do, because we won't achieve anything if we only talk. Thank you. Anyone willing? So you will be the last ones because, well, the time is out.
Tai labai ačiū Respublikinė ikimokyklinio ugdymo kūno kultūros pedagogų asociacija, Audronė Vizbarienė.
I am Audronė Vizbarienė from the Association of Preschool and Primary School Education. I am very happy about the participants who talked about physical education from early age, from kindergartens. I am happy that I heard about physical literacy from kindergartens. But we should not forget we also have children from 3 years age, from 4 years age, from 5 years age, because it's a very sensitive period of age, during which we can contribute to the development of children's mindset. So I hope that the politicians and the institutions will not forget this period of age and the measures that could be introduced for that particular period. So I hope that you will not forget. We should not start planning everything from the age of 6. We should be starting earlier. Lina Žutautė, the author of the book Kakė Makė, is also talking about the benefits of physical activity. Thank you. I am Paulius Activity, head of Olympic education programs and the coach of swimming. I can speak on that topic both from the practical and theoretical perspective. Much has been said about the role of institutions and municipalities, but what I have heard is that there was little said about teachers and coaches. If a child cannot swim, the child first must learn to blow bubbles and only then to move his legs. We can't teach everything once at a time, because sometimes we find it difficult why some coaches are more wanted among children than others. So it seems that we also have to motivate coaches. We have to ensure that coaches love their work, and only then children will be able to use and to benefit from the motivated teachers. That will be in short. Thank you. I believe that this problem requires multifaceted solutions, including infrastructure, volunteers, parent volunteers, reskilling and upskilling of teachers and coaches. But I am very happy that today we already heard some ready-made decisions. I can't say that they will be directly applied in Lithuania, but as I was talking with a Finnish representative about the Finnish education model, he said that you should not be trying to apply this Finnish model in Lithuania, because sometimes we ourselves are not aware why this model is that good in Sweden. So the same could be with physical training models. We can look at the examples of other countries. We can test whether they will be good in Lithuania, but they will not necessarily be truly good for Lithuania.
Ar savanoriadinio įvedimas tėvams kartą per mėnesį, ar dar ko nors tam, kuris galėtų jį paskirti.
Volunteering of parents could contribute to increasing children participating to participate in physical activity. Maybe we will be able to increase the numbers, but hopefully any measures taken will contribute to greater numbers of children in sports. Once again, let me thank you, Football Club Įtaka, as well as the Nordic Council of Ministers office in Lithuania, which helped a lot in organizing this event. I'm grateful to all the participants of the conference, and I wish every success to you in all your endeavors. Thank you.